All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Still a practice session here. I just got finished sharing this match with every pool group I'm affiliated with and everybody I know. So I highly encourage you to do the same. This should be a great match. Last time these two gentlemen played was a couple of weeks back. The race was 30-20. Rob lost a big lead. In fact, he was on the hill for the last 10 games of the match, and Francisco still managed to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. So they've adjusted the spot, put more money in the middle, and they're going to try it again. Please share. This will be a good one. Looks like we're about to get started. If you haven't done so already, hit that subscribe button, turn on notifications, especially hit the like button. That would help us out a great deal. There we go. Rob's ready. We will also be giving away an 11 ball TV t-shirt, just like the one that Rob's wearing, or very similar to the one Rob is wearing, for the biggest super supporter of the day. That means that the biggest supporter through the super chat button, which is the $ symbol down in the chat window. So that'll be good. Very nice t-shirts, 100% organic cotton shirt, not a cheap one. Really nice, really soft. Super cool logo. So Francisco took the lag here. He'll be breaking first. Thank you, Jackie Tucker. As always, we love those likes and shares. Jackie's our biggest supporter. Always here, always in the chat. I love chatting with the viewers out there. If you got any comments, predictions, you want to make a side bet with somebody, post it up in the chat. Use a super chat. That offer will be pinned in the comment section for a period of time. It's probably dependent on the size of the super chat, but a super chat will get your comment highlighted and pinned in the chat. And whoever is the biggest supporter through that method, yeah, it's good news, Rob. Yeah, please hit that like button. That's secondary to the super chats is the greatest way to help support this channel, get the word out to more people on their YouTube feeds. Good to know that Rob's going to finally decide to try to put the phone away and when he's playing for several $1,000s. It's always been a mystery to me how he can do that all at the same time. If I'm playing for $100, my phone's gone. So again, I encourage anybody to get in the chat box and talk to me. Makes it Makes it even more fun for me to be here and commentate these matches. Don't know if commentate's the right word. I like watching along with all you folks and just sharing my thoughts out loud as we go. We're going for some 3 fouls. Rob again displaying really nice touch and cue ball control on those types of shots. I keep saying it every stream, but I have been impressed with that part of his game for sure. His jumping is very strong. Kicks pretty well. He just moves really well. He's got a very solid tactical game. Francisco's calling the 3 ball. Good chance Rob will be looking for a 3 foul opportunity here. He seems to really enjoy that, although this table is not too clustered up here. It is not easy to run out on this table because it plays pretty snug. 9-foot diamond with 4¼ inch pockets. This table requires all the focus. You can't just send a ball in the general direction and hope it goes, because it will not. I'm imagining Rob's going to try to weld them up to the back of this 8 ball here, while probably sending the 1. I mean, up table somewhere. I'm thinking probably off the long rail and up, maybe even between the 2 and the 6. It would be better if he just ran it into the 6. That would make this hit much harder if he's able to do that. If you put the 1 ball up on the top rail here and freeze him on the back of the 8 with the 1 ball out in space, he'll have a better chance of making a good hit here than he would if he was like, if you just stopped the 1 ball in the 6 and it was just buried, in there between the 6, 2, and 7. That would be a pretty tough hit. Now you can see what I'm saying now. Let's see how that 1 ball is kind of out in the open. Francisco is on 2 fouls already. That 10 ball is kind of making this a little tricky. He's looking like he has to go with a 1 rail angle and try to probably open it up with some spin, go between the 9 and 10. Anytime you're using spin to manipulate the angle, it's highly dependent on the speed at which you hit it, with how much, how high or low you hit the cue ball changes the angle a lot off that rail. So this is not a terribly easy hit here. Of course, if he can get between the 3 and 10, almost looks like he thinks he can get between the 3 and 10. That'll make things a little bit easier. That's what he's lining up for. So I think he's got a pretty good chance here of making a good hit if he can get this cue ball between the 3 and 10. And he did. Very nice shot right there by Francisco. Was commenting on a previous match that Francisco was playing in, and his type of stroke that he has, though, just the way he addresses the ball and how kind of upright he stands over the ball, leads me to think he has some 3-cushion billiards background, which would probably make his ability to kick those multiple rail kick shots like that a little sharper. 3-cushion players tend to really lean on the diamond systems and stuff like that. So he's going to be a difficult one to 3 foul, probably, particularly if he's also handy with the jump cue. About to turn this around on Rob. Take a second to mention our sponsors. Now that banner's come up at the top of the screen, look at the upper left corner of the screen, the sponsor logo, Tarma Homes, Utah. That's a real estate agent. And Gutter Boys, they do rain gutter repairs and new rain gutter installations, as well as some home repairs, probably fascia boards, that sort of thing. There's more info about both of those sponsors in the description of this video, along with a link to a Venmo link for donating to the commentary team here today, which consists of me, myself, and I. Always appreciate anything you're willing to help out with. This is done. Uh-oh. I don't predict that Francisco will look for the 3 foul here. I think he probably end up playing position for a 2-5 combo, and just a guess. I would have liked to have more angle on this 2-5 combo, though, where I could come down table or get near the middle of the sorry, the middle of the table, just in case the 2 leaks out onto the short rail. He's probably going to just try to wedge his 2 ball there on the inside of the 5 to make sure it traps inside the pocket. Pretty good shot. Francisco's practice session looked pretty good as far as I could tell. I didn't watch a bunch of it, but he looks pretty ready. That was not the position he wanted. Gonna have to work this cue ball quite a bit to get position on the 6. Unless he's able to just kind of stop this and he accepts a pretty thin cut on the 6 up in the upper left. Looks like he's going forward, trying a big follow stroke, go forward, probably come down. Well, that was actually hit it a little too good. Great pot there. Now we'll be seeing some safety play, which I believe is probably going to end up with him attempting to freeze the cue ball up on the back of the 7, send the 6 ball up table somewhere. Pretty good. Again, that 10 ball makes this a little bit tough. May have to go this way if you can. Nice hit. Probably another safety coming up. This one won't be quite as devastating. He's not going to really be able to freeze Rob on anything, I don't think. Yeah, not what he was hoping for, but this is not an easy situation right here. Hard to get cover. if he can see enough of the 6 ball to say drive the 6 towards like into the 7 and draw back and get his cue ball off the rail and hit the 9 or something like that, he's got a chance of getting safe here. But otherwise, there's not much to hide the 6 behind. It's a little bit tough to get the cue ball behind anything from here. Yeah, I'm kind of looking at this too. Well, he's not looking at the kick. I mean, seems funny, but a kick might yield more good results conceivably than hitting this ball direct, but I could be wrong. Not a bad attempt. I'm pretty sure he's trying to just get the 6 on the end rail. Yeah, he's pointing to it. Not a bad try. Pretty difficult from there. This shot's not too easy, but it does kind of come with natural position if Francisco tries to tackle it, which I think he will. He'll just come out 2 rails around the 7. Probably try to get about where the cue ball is now. Very nice pot. Cue ball didn't go where he was hoping for. This is awfully tough right here. Rob's got a couple options. I mean, I kind of assume he's going to just take on the shot, which feels like the right way to go, but it's pretty difficult. And there's a pretty good, easy safety shot where if he wanted to, he could just cross the 7 ball up and straight back up the table and try to run his cue ball back over here and maybe in this area behind the 9 and 8. Probably trying the shot, but you're kind of betting the game on the shot right here. It's a little risky. That's probably game over versus a player of Francisco's caliber. If you get a second, please share the stream with some friends. We'd love to have a nice big audience here watching this. This is should be a pretty intense one. The last one was extremely intense, probably the most exciting finish I've ever seen in a pool match. That's a little surprising. A lot of body movement there. If you see the Fargo difference, there's about 105-point Fargo difference, and the race doesn't reflect that. Rob's probably taking the worst of this mathematically. If you were to put this race into Fargo, I'm sure that this would be like a 31 to 15 race or something like that. Very nice draw stroke there by Rob. Got into that cue ball real nice. Got through it perfectly. Wouldn't have minded being a little straighter on this 8 ball, but this is pretty manageable. Should be able to just get his cue ball 2 rails out and back to the middle of the table would be ideal. If he could land the cue ball dead in the center of the table, he'd be pretty happy. and held that pretty good. This is pretty good. I think if I'm shooting this, I'm coming 2 rails across. With cue ball path would look something like this. I don't like slow rolling balls very much. So, I mean, you probably could hold this ball if you wanted to twist it in. Yeah, maybe that's the shot. Maybe it's a little flatter than I'm seeing on camera, but I like putting a nice positive stroke on this, just going 2 rails. And this is basically like 12 o'clock on the cue ball. You don't have to do too much with the cue ball for position here. Okay, that was exciting. I was surprised uh, to see him put that much pace on the ball, but it turned out good. Still need to, put some effort into this. It's close to the pocket, but yeah, nicely done. Seems like that first game in this race here is a pretty good psychological boost to you as the player who won the first game, and you know, not going to say it's damaging to the player that lost. It's a long race, all that, but there's some discussion going on in the room. Might be a discussion about the order of the balls in which Rob is racking. I'm not sure. Francisco's not a fluent English speaker, so he was speaking English there, but I'm having a little bit of trouble with the music going, hearing exactly what he was getting at. So they're not racking the 2 and the 3 in the corners. We'll be looking for the 5 and the 6, the second row balls going to their respective side pockets on the break there. There goes the 6 straight in oh, it didn't go in. Okay, that's dry. Pretty fortunate that Rob didn't leave a easy starter on the 1 ball. Pretty nice touch there. No hit. And separated the real troublesome cluster. Yeah, Matt Walker. Okay. Well, in Francisco's defense, Rob may be patter racking a little bit. They're within their rights to ask him not to, in my opinion. I don't know what rules were discussed going into this match, but so that's a little gray area. But generally speaking, pattern racking is frowned upon. For those out there that don't know, it's just racking the balls in a certain order with an understanding of where they might go from the break shot, so that you can either have a repeatable pattern or an empty or an easy pattern with say the low numbered balls on one end of the table with the higher numbered balls at the other end, so you don't have to keep moving your cue ball back and forth up and down table to make it difficult to get out. So some people do that. Okay, Francisco is got a lot of distance, but a pretty nice angle here to go. Well, he's going to stun this with some low left and just come straight across table. It also has a good angle to go forward a couple rails. That was a very good shot, though. Got himself plenty of angle here to come out to the middle for a shot on the 5 down in the lower right. He's just checking the line on which, and that's great practice right there to go out and physically look at it. Give yourself a mental landmark. Mike Moore, yes, thank you very much, sir. We did receive those chalk holders. Absolutely awesome. I love mine. I haven't talked to Rob. I assume he would have got his. I was remiss in getting a hold of you, and I meant to do that and say thank you very much again for making those. Mike Moore in the chat here makes custom chalk holders, magnetic chalk holders for different types and brands of chalk with pretty cool designs in them. And he was kind enough to make one for me and one for Rob after winning a T-shirt. Speaking of winning a T-shirt, we are also going to be giving a T-shirt today to our strongest super chat supporter, a super supporter of the day. So yeah, use that super chat feature. That helps the channel a lot. Helps us grow. Helps us obtain some new equipment. Rob's talking about he wants to get another camera and add a third camera angle. We have this one here and an overhead view, which I'll go to now. We'd like to probably get one. Oh, awesome. Mike, thank you so much. We got our first. Yeah, it's going to have a collection of these T-shirts one day. Thank you, brother. Super nice. Yeah, dog. So yeah, you see the highlighted, the big highlighted comment there in the chat. It's going to stay pinned for a while. A lot of, yeah, we really appreciate the support there, and it's a lot of fun. If you'd like, you could post a link. If you use the super chat feature, you can post a link to a business, particularly if it's pool related. We'd love to see it. If not, just post a link to anything, as long as it's not a scam or spam or political content or adult content. Yeah, we encourage it. Pretty good. Wow, couldn't play it better than that. Thanks again, Mike Moore. Greatly appreciate it. And I'm assuming that that business you got of making the chalk holders is something you like advertised. Okay. Well, just type the link or yeah. Go into your Facebook homepage and type the link to your page and post it in the chat. So if you want to do that, well, I'd be happy to send anybody your way that's in the market for a cool magnetic chalk holder. Be great if you could post a picture of one in the chat. I don't think that's possible. In fact, I may try to find your Facebook page real quick and do it on your behalf. I can do that much at least. After all you've done with the chalk holder and the super support. Okay. Nice attempt at the safety there by Rob. I think he's overran his cue ball just a touch, so this ball is cuttable with that 6 hanging right there in the pocket. Could be well on his way out here. Oh, not sure if he got there or not. Very close. Hard to tell exactly with the camera angle, but yeah, he did get there. All right, check this out in the chat. That is a link to Mike Moore's page if you're in the market for a bitchin' chalk holder. I wish I could post the pictures of the ones you sent for me and Rob. I think they're pretty badass. Thanks again, bro. Okay. Okay, he's falling pretty straight here. He's going to have to roll all the way forward and play the 9 for the upper left. That might have fallen pretty straight here for comfort. Might be, if he's very straight, it's going to be hard to get an easy shot on the 10 ball. Well, not for lack of trying. He did pretty well, man. He moved his cue ball a lot. You saw how hard he hit that. Oh my goodness. Mike Moore's going crazy. Thank you, sir. Oh. Okay. Well, he's left a bit of a tester for Rob here on this 10 ball. Long distance down the rail into tight pockets. Hit like a champion. Lost his cue ball. Terrible. Terrible news. That's unfortunate. Hate to see that. Make a great shot there. If you're just joining us, this is Francisco Littlejohn. I don't know his last name. I keep forgetting it because I'm not a good person. But versus Rob Harrison Francisco is a 675 Fargo. Rob is a 570 Fargo. The race is 31-20. If you didn't hear, this is a rematch from a match that they played here a week or two ago, during which Rob was on the hill for the duration of 10 games and ended up losing that match. So that was a little bit heartbreaking. Probably involved some pressure and some nerves and some missed shots that maybe shouldn't have been missed. And Francisco caught a big fat gear and came back extremely strong after a bit of a shaky start, and was able to take that one down. That was shocking, super exciting to watch. I think that was actually the first match on the 11 ball TV that I had ever stumbled across, and that came across my YouTube feed, probably from some people hitting that like button, and it showed up in my feed, and I started watching it, and I was glued. And the ending was honestly maybe the most exciting ending to a pool match I've ever watched. So do somebody else that favor and hit the like button, so you'll see the whatever happens in this one. Play the double kiss safety, strategic. Another, I don't know if it's the sponsor's the right word, but another mention I want to make is to Patrick Nix and EvoSports. That's the person slash company that has designed the software that's helping us bring you this thing. And I can't say enough good things about the software. It's what allows me to easily log in from several hundred miles away from where this match is being played, and you know, babble in your ear about it the whole time. So it's fun for me anyway. And also it's got the scorekeeping function that's here. It's got drawing tools. The software allows me to. It's got a telestrator. I can make lines on the table, circles on the table, rectangles on the table, arrows, freehand draw. I can give you a cue ball diagram to show you what type of English might be being used here, such as this one in the upper left corner of your screen right now. So it's a super cool bit of software, and it makes, look at that jump shot. Not going to get rewarded for it, but outstanding shot. I call that showing your work. Rob's telling you where he was expecting the cue ball to end up. This may not be so bad. If he has just a little bit of this ball, if he can hit the edge of it, maybe able to send the two ball this direction. You'd love to be able to drift the cue ball down here, but more likely he's probably going to be running into the 6 ball. So he's got to make sure he clips this firm enough for something to get a rail in case he does hit his 6 ball. He's going to be hitting this 2 ball thin, so that's most likely is what he's going to need to get to a rail, because if the cue ball comes down here and hits the 6 in the face, it's going to need some energy to get the 6 all the way to the rail. He did not. He just sailed past it and put his cue ball straight in the drink. That was a very thin hit, so I mean, it may look like a shot that was embarrassing, but he could not see much of that. Yeah, they're talking right now amongst each other, and talking about how what a tiny sliver of that 2 ball was available to hit. So understand how that's what I was seeing on the screen, and hence being concerned about getting something to a rail there. Generally speaking, getting this straight on balls is not ideal, particularly on a table with tight pockets, because you have to put some pace on these. He's gonna have to draw his ball back some. So it makes it a little bit risk. You're at risk of missing balls when you have to hit them much harder to move your cue ball, say backwards off the shot, as opposed to being able to use the cushions, send your cue ball to a cushion with some sort of spin. You can get away with usually hitting the ball softer, which makes the pockets play a little bit bigger. He's done pretty well with that one. Didn't have to do too much. Looks like he feels he can go forward and stay clear of the 8 ball, so he'll be playing the 6 and the side here. He was obviously concerned about drifting behind the 8, so he hit that ball baby soft. He's back in pretty good line. Got a little angle, so he'll be trying to stun his cue ball off in this direction someplace off of this shot. Okay, he rolled it. Now he's going to have to draw another one back. This one could be funny because from what I'm seeing, if I'm seeing the angle correctly, it looks like if he draws straight back, his cue ball's gonna be going this way. So he's got this pathway here, and really only the area between these two hash marks for a favorable shot on the 9. If I'm seeing that correctly, he may be coming more over to our left, but no, I was seeing it right. This is what I was talking about. The speed control is crucial here, and he overran it by a good foot or so. So he fell pretty difficult here. This ball may be playable in the side pocket. Cue ball is going to be wanting to go this direction though, so nothing super easy. It's going to be tough to play this in the side pocket with enough pace to get the cue ball in a spot you really like. The side pocket won't accept a lot of pace at this sort of an angle. The pocket's very tiny going in from this angle, so not sure what his plan is, but maybe he can roll forward and just, if he can get his cue ball over here and just take a cut on the 10 in the side, it's makeable, but it's not your favorite shot. I didn't see what he called here. It doesn't appear that he might be playing safe. Yeah, pretty good. That's actually very good on this table. I don't know which option he's going to choose, but none of them are good. The shots here is kind of a crap sandwich. Very difficult to do anything. He opted for the offensive. He's going to play the bank shot up in the upper left as we're looking. Probably going to need a little bit of pace on this ball to shorten the angle up. If you hit this soft, the 9 ball is going to want to kind of rebound off in this direction. In order to get it to go this tight, you've got to kind of hit it into the rail. That's what I'm seeing. And then with a thick hit, you're risking a double kiss between the cue ball and the 9 ball when the 9 ball rebounds off the rail that quickly. So this could definitely go wrong. Hit it pretty good. Not going to make it, but he hit it pretty good, and he left it. He left it pretty tough with that cue ball on the rail right there. This is not easy. The cue ball, after it makes contact, is probably going to be drifting. This is a very similar shot to the one Rob had where he scratched and without the ability to get down. So he's calling a 3 rail bank here. This is 2-way. What he's probably actually going to try to play is to come in tight like this and send the cue ball here. He's calling this pocket just kind of in case he hits it bad. I really think is what the plan is. I don't believe he's attempting to make this ball, but it's always smart to call something. He executed that pretty well. This is significantly better. Rob will probably call the same bank shot. Well, maybe he doesn't have to. Now Rob has the option, if he wanted to, of trying to bank the 9 up this way and send his cue ball over here in an attempt to keep the 10 ball between the two. He's calling the bank shot here. This is pretty aggressive because this lays much better than the last shot he had when his cue ball was way over here on the rail. I would almost certainly opt for the safety here, most likely, because Rob is extremely good at these types of safeties as well. So I'd like to keep this pretty tight. You'd like to land the cue ball right here in the middle and try to get the 10 ball in between those two. That's what I would play. He still looks like he's addressing for the bank shot here. I mean, we'll see. This is much more makeable than the one he just shot. I still wouldn't call him a favorite to make it though. No. And he left it tricky again, which was part of the plan. The speed was pretty good. It's not so tricky that I want to give my 675 a chance at it, but this is not easy to pocket this ball here. Check out the overhead view. Maybe there's a cut in the side pocket that I'm overlooking. Yeah, it's cuttable in the side. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm probably flirting with a scratch if he does that, but you could also, if you cut this on the side, you could probably draw your cue ball with a bunch of low right and maybe get it all the way back out. Oh, excuse me, in that direction, possibly. No, he was able to avoid the scratch. That's going to be the game. Very nice shot. Okay, well done. Delayed reaction by the crowd there. Well, big trouble here for Rob. This is a very nice break here. Good opening shot on the 1. Pretty natural position to get to the 3. A very natural position, I should say. This looks like it's pretty easy. The cue ball will just be tracking straight back up the middle of the table towards the 3. Well, slightly thinner than I think he was hoping to. think he cut that one just a little bit thinner than he was expecting to. Okay, ran into just a little bit of trouble here. Wasn't wanting to run into that 5 ball with a cue, so he's almost definitely going to end up playing safe here. It just lays too easy. He's going to shoot the 5 right down here and try to just roll his cue ball right on the backside of the 10 for coverage. Did it really well, too. I think Rob's going to eventually have to decide to come shoot to this side of the table and make it. That's really the easiest thing I see. Not that it's easy. There's also a scratch in play. Well, maybe looking at looks like he's looking at a 2 railer and thinking he could maybe sneak his cue ball just around that 8. So he'll call this. He just called this lower right hand pocket. Maybe he's looking at the 1 railer right through the gap here, straight between the 8 and 9, right into the 4. And he excellent hit here. Left a shot though. Don't believe the 6 passes the 7, so still got some work to do. Will probably end up playing a 6-7 combo unless he feels he has enough angle. He may have enough angle where he can cheat the pocket here, and he may be able to like hit it hard and come this way, or maybe fall underneath the 6 ball for a shot on the 6 in the same pocket. It's going to take a little bit of pace though. And it's gone a little bit wrong. This may be a combination 6 to the 7. I don't think the billiard lays very good, which would mean that the cue ball coming off the 6, it may lay okay, but that's very thin. He's also going to have a lot of trouble reaching this shot. He's going to need a bridge, most likely. Some people call it the crutch or the rake or the rest if you're in Europe. But he's not going to be able to reach the shot without something. Well, I'm wrong. He's get all the way from the side, but you see how goofy his mechanics are. Is not easy to aim properly this way. He's playing safety though, and he executed that extremely well. He's playing really good today. Playing much better than he did in the early part of their previous meeting. He finished that match off extremely strong, but there were some errors in that one. He's playing well now. How you doing, Martins? Good to see you again, our South African viewer. Very nice hit. It's going to leave an easy shot, though, I think. Yeah, he did not. Okay, the 6 ball slowed down. This is definitely not easy. Probably another safety coming up. Probably going to involve banking the 6 up this direction. You're trying to just kill your cue ball down here. He's looking right along the lines I'm drawing on the table for you. Pretty natural. Gonna have to play a lot of top left English here. Really, what the left does is that when the cue ball deflects off the 6 and comes into the rail this direction, the left fights that tenon and scrubs a lot of speed off of the cue ball and helps you kill the top, and the left help you kill the cue ball right down here and keep it down on this rail. Put a little bit of a goofy stroke on it, almost like a partial miscue right there. But I think he was expecting a lot more travel out of the 6 ball. Rob is going airborne here. These shots right here, Rob hits pretty good. I wouldn't be surprised if he made this ball. I wouldn't be surprised if he missed it, and awfully close. Good result. I was going to say I wouldn't be surprised if he missed it and left it safe. I don't think this is totally safe, but it's pretty difficult. Might be. Yeah, I don't believe he can make this ball. So what I think he's going to look at is trying to bank the 6 ball this direction, up table, and get his cue ball coming across and laying over here in an attempt to use these 2 balls for cover. If I saw that correctly, I think he called the upper right-hand pocket just on the off chance that he ends up actually hitting it bad and banking it. I don't think he's playing that pocket. But he did not hit that the way he wanted to, and Rob has this is a makeable shot here. Not easy. Well, it's not bad. Just the tightness of the pockets makes this bad because the tendency you want to draw back and get a little bit easier shot on the 7. It's not that easy to pocket the 7 from way up here, so he's going to want to draw his cue ball backwards at least a foot or so. Don't know if it's worth the risk. You got to make sure you get this ball down, and if you hit this with pace, believe me, it's missable. If it's me, I just get this ball down and accept the cut shot on the 7 and deal with that. It's not terribly difficult. He appears to be cueing low and winding up. It looks like he is going to try to bring his cue ball backwards some to make his life a little bit easier. Almost slightly clipped the wrong side of the 6 ball, but yeah, definitely did not want to be shooting this from the rail. Wanted his cue ball off the rail a few inches would have been nice. This becomes a little bit tough. What I see here is either straight top, or do you like to add a little bit of right English and you'd like your cue ball to come hit this rail before the side pocket and come this way and then come into the line of the 9 ball, or the 8 ball, I mean. Yeah, he attempted that. He's almost right on the line I was drawing. Okay. That was a nice shot. This position is not easy. Not sure what he's going to do from here. I mean, he's just going to need to try to make this with some sort of like a stun draw shot and just get his cue ball off this rail and probably back out in this neighborhood someplace. That would be fine. Fortunate to leave it this difficult for Francisco. That was a difficult shot, especially with the type of stroke. He did great with the cue ball, but that's probably a function of him undercutting the ball by quite a bit and slowing the cue ball down. You can see if he had made the pocket, that would have been a thinner hit, and the cue ball would have been back over here someplace. This will be a safety as well. Probably going to try to lay the 8-ball up on the middle of the top rail and bring his cue ball back 2 rails. He did really well. He got the 10. Looks like he got the 10 involved pretty perfectly, actually. So sure. Wow, this is surprising to me. It looks like, oh, okay. I thought he was going back for his jump cue. What he did was bring his jump cue with him for the shot, and then realize how absolutely what a mile he would have to carry in the air to clear that 10 ball. So he's doing the planning for a 2-rail kick shot. He's mapping it out. The system for that is kind of finding the halfway point between the 2 balls and then drawing a line from that point through this pocket and then shooting the cue ball parallel to that line, which will make the cue ball come back and come parallel back this way and make a hit. That's what he's looking at. I'm sure I didn't see it, but I'm sure he called this pocket, which would be the smart way to go. There's not a zero chance of that happening. So very nice hit. Would like to have left it a little bit more difficult than this, but this is definitely not automatic. Happy Sunday back to you, James. Wow, what a shot there, man. It's like Francisco came here to be a problem today. Playing well. Just, really good shooting there. I think Rob conceded that 10 ball. Francisco went to get his break cue and start racking. That's what happened. You'll see that he wasn't going to miss that 10 ball. I like, as a streamer and all that, I like when we invite people to come and watch these that they get to see every shot available to them, but that's totally up to the players. And you know, or we just saved ourselves 10, 15 seconds there. I don't have anywhere better to be, so I don't mind watching all the shots. If you're just joining us here recently and haven't heard, we are going to be giving an 11 ball t-shirt, 11 ball TV t-shirt to our strongest super supporter of the day. You'll notice in the chat these highlighted comments by Mike Moore. He's currently in the lead for that t-shirt, and he has donated $14.98 to the cause. If these shirts are not just cheap, generalized box t-shirts, they are 100% organic cotton black t-shirts in the size of your choice with a super cool logo. Be something like what Rob is wearing, are the logos at the bottom of your screen and the bottom left and bottom right corners of the screen. It's be in that something along those lines. I don't know exactly what the logo is on the t-shirts he has, but ask Mike more about it in the chat. He's got one of them already because he's a big supporter of this channel, and he's been helping us out quite a bit. He's won himself a t-shirt already, and he's sent us some of the items he makes as well, which are these custom magnetic chalk holders, which are super cool, and I appreciate it tremendously. Well, good pot. He's lost his cue ball here. Be happy not to scratch at this point. He's probably hooked. He'll be going to get his jump cue here. Navarro, it's been a minute. Haven't seen you in the chat here for a while. How are you, sir? Got a Canadian in our midst. So far, 2 foreigners, for lack of a better term. We got a Canadian and a South African in the chat so far. If you're watching from somewhere far away from Salt Lake City, Utah, let me know where it's from. Be glad to hear from you. If you put it in a super chat, you can post a link to your local pool hall wherever you are in the world, or if you own one or you got a business you'd like to get a little free, cheap advertising for, get in the super chat and let us know about it. That link will be highlighted and pinned in the chat. Look at this. Had a lot of table to work with and used up a little too much of it. So I guess he wasn't hooked there, but he made a heck of a shot. Okay, I think he's going to need to use his cue ball, hit the very thin on the left side of the 3 ball, and try to tuck his cue ball back in right back here. This is super difficult. This would require a very thin. So looks like he's going with a thicker hit to try to bank the 3 ball out of here and send his cue ball right up here. Very well done. Didn't know he had enough rail for that shot to be available to him. Okay, Francisco's called the 3 ball on the right-hand side, as you can see. Very nice hit. Okay, pretty nice opportunity for Rob with a similar yet slightly easier shot into the right side as he played on the 2 ball. On this 3 ball, he would absolutely love it if he can get up here and just bump into this 9 ball to stop his cue ball or slow it down. I'm a little bit concerned since he's on the rail and he only has access to the top of the ball, that ball might kind of follow through and miss the 9 and go up into this area, which would be less than ideal for a shot on the 4. See him look. He's looking at kind of what I'm looking at. It's kind of maybe concerned about if he does hit the 9 that it's going to clip off and drift off in that area, which is, I think at some point you just have to not worry about it and make the ball and plan your next move from there, whatever it is, because it's going to be hard to predict exactly where this cue ball ends up from here. Well, that's a pretty generous roll there. I think. Looks like Francisco probably has access to the left edge of the 3 ball as he's looking at it. So what he would like to do is just hit this 3 ball very thin, bounce off of here, and if he could open up the angle and park his cue ball down here, that would be pretty nice. Okay, wasn't able to do that. I think he clipped that 3 ball a little thinner than he was hoping to. This ball may just pass through there. If it does, I think you're probably supposed to try it. There's some. Oh, he's calling the 6 ball, so he's coming off the side of the 3 ball thin and sending his cue ball, trying to make the 6 with his cue ball here. I'm not a fan. Wow. Well, I am now. That shot that's grown on me in the last couple seconds. Holy mackerel. So far, Francisco's kicking game has been superb. Rob is not going to enjoy his next turn to the table. If I was a betting man, I would say that his cue ball is going to be sitting right about here after Francisco's done. Yeah. So, 10% rebate for Rob right there. This could have been a lot worse. It's not great, but it could have been a lot worse. Looks like Rob feels that he. Oops, I keep doing that. I was going to say it looks like. Well, I'm wrong again, so we'll just let him shoot. So he's just going one rail straight at it. I think he's called the 3 ball in the right hand side pocket. Pretty good try. And he's in trouble once again. 6 to the 7 and the 7 to the 8 are going to take the most effort here. Yeah, he's looking right there. My preference is even slightly more angle, maybe up in here, but he looks like he can handle pretty much anything here. Yeah, this is like almost exactly where I would prefer it. If he had his way, he'd probably love to be about right here when he shoots the 7 ball. Right about where his left hand is sitting right now would be a pretty good shot on the 7. And he got just about exactly right there. From here, position on the 8's not super critical. He can handle dead flat or plenty of angle. Doesn't just needs a makeable shot on the 8 ball and he should be finished. This will qualify for sure. Oof. Very close to that ball sitting up right there. Instead, he's nearly guaranteed himself another game here. Rob may just go ahead and wave this off. And he didn't. If you haven't done so yet, we would love a subscription and a like on this video. So please subscribe to the channel, the 11 Ball TV, and hit us with a like if you're entertained by what you're seeing. I think we've seen some very strong pull here out of Francisco. He's putting Rob in a lot of uncomfortable positions here. Rob hasn't had really any extremely easy looks here so far. He's been jumping, he's been kicking, been left it with funny angles, difficult shots. He hasn't really had a chance to get himself started. Mostly just due. So, yeah, Francisco's just going to have to try to kick this in. There's no pushing out here. He'll kick across, try to pocket the 1 ball, and just leave his cue ball. It'll be probably right about where the 1 ball is now. Would have liked to be slightly straighter here. This just became quite a bit more difficult. To the point where you might see him just attempt to bury his cue ball back here. No, he did not. He went for it. If you're fairly new to the game of 10 ball, that was being said that Francisco didn't call that 8 ball on the side. Rob would have the option to put him back here, put him back in and shoot if he didn't like his shot here. That's never going to happen because you can't let your opponent shoot this ball. But that's the rule of 10 ball. Any uncalled ball is a option for the incoming player. Obviously, there's a lot of trouble with that 6 and 7. Don't know what Rob's plan is for addressing that, but nothing easy here. He's slightly on the wrong side of the 3 ball, where after making the 3, his cue ball will be drifting off this direction. So he's going to have to draw it, do something with it. He's not going to have an easy shot on the 4 after this, I don't believe, unless he does something really spectacular, which he just tried to do. And he's going to leave a super easy shot on the 3 for Francisco here. All right, now I'm curious what he's going to do here. Like cross over this and try to get safe behind the 7 and 6 while maybe nudging it slightly. No, he did not nudge it. Pretty sure he was wanting to just separate those a little bit and still stay behind them. Rob needs to be careful here. I don't see a good point in playing an offensive shot. What I see from here is Rob trying to bank the 4 ball back up this way by crossing over the face of the 4 with the cue ball and getting it back down over here. That's probably what I would be looking to do. There may be better plans here, but there's absolutely no reason to try to make this 4 ball right now. Looks like he is trying to make this. This would be highly aggressive. Looks like he's digging down to try to spin his cue ball around table in some kind of wild fashion. This is worst case if he hits that ball. That would have been a nightmare for him if he had collided with those 2 balls right there. If I were Francisco, I would try to bank the 4 ball this way and just nudge these real lightly while bringing my cue ball back over here, something like that. He's doing something different. Looks like he's trying to get his cue ball behind the 6 and 7. Don't know if the shot lays really good for that sort of a shot. I didn't feel that it did. And I would play the same shot I diagrammed the first time by banking the 4 ball up to the center over here and trying to get over here, cross over it, run my cue ball back down over to here. There is a shot here. Yep, yeah. It looks like that's what he's doing. If I'm seeing this correctly, could be wrong. He might be making it again, trying to make it. Pretty difficult. Pretty low percentage to fall with a good shot on the 6, and I would not have wanted to be the first one to have to break this cluster open without a makeable shot on it. So I feel that was asking too much. He was trying to make that ball and break these out. He put a nice stroke on that and hit it good, but the percentages of that happening in your favor are just a little low. He's going to try to just baby this to the rail and keep the cue ball behind the 7. Pretty sure he's left an edge. Maybe not. Pretty close. So Rob needs to hit his left side of the 6 ball thin, try to drive the 6 to here and try to get your cue ball back here and just leave him coast to coast. If you try for too much, like trying to get him behind the 10 ball somehow, it's just asking too much. You do have to play a thin hit here, otherwise you're in danger of running your cue ball down in this pocket. If you clip this a little bit too thick, you got to beware of a potential scratch here. Oh, he hit it really good. Did not get behind the 10. I think it might have been a mistake to try because you're also flirting with a scratch here. This is pretty good. Again, be very difficult for Francisco to get his cue ball, say, behind the 7 or something like that. He just needs separation. I would probably try to clip this thin, sending the cue ball out, the 6 ball out here like this, and running my cue ball like this way here. Try to use the 10 and 7 for cover here. Looks like now that's what he's switched to. This would be a thin hit, and the 6 will be close to the pocket here, but you're hoping for the coverage. Okay, clip that a little bit thick. I'd play a very similar shot if I was Rob here. Try to get my cue ball pretty close to where it is, maybe down way all the way down here somehow. That would probably be like a 4-rail path for the cue ball going this way, back down here, and then to here. He's not doing that. So I think he's going to be trying to get his cue ball behind the 7 here. If he's called the 6 on the side, that sort of a hit tells me he's probably going to be trying to get his cue ball behind the 7. I don't love this very much. Yeah, not a very good shot. The reason I said I don't love it is because if you don't get the cue ball behind the 7, you're almost definitely going to leave a shot on the 6 ball. He's indicating he was trying to wrap all the way around and hit that 3rd rail on the other side of the 10. I think that was risky and kind of dangerous. I think this is better, although this shot is missable on the tight table. He's got a very good angle here. Just enough to pocket this and make sure his cue ball doesn't stick to that long rail, so he'll be out. I'm almost sure he'll be playing the 10 in the lower left, but he could draw back out and try to play the 10 in the side, and that just seems a little bit more risky of a miss there, trying to hit it with more pace. Just like so. This is not too easy here. The shot here is not terribly easy to pocket. And if you try to maintain an easy kind of close up shot on the 10 ball, you may be risking flirting with a scratch in the side. Gotta watch out for overdrawing this and just sending your cue ball straight here. Kind of feels like with a nice stroke, that's almost where it would want to go. I like seeing him back off and take a second to gather himself, figure out the proper strike on this ball. Looks like his tip position's a little higher in the cue ball now, so he's kind of going to let this ball release. Oh, man, he really stroked it good. That was a beautiful shot right there. Still got to keep your wits about you and make sure you don't rush this one. This one's pretty easy, but all shots on this table take some form of attention. You can't take a shot off on this table. It just plays a little bit too tight. So just gotta make sure you're minding your P's and Q's, and he did, and that's a big game.
What's up, Rail Birds? 11 Ball Rob here. Just wanted to say thanks so much for your support and helping us build and grow the community here. And also wanted to ask you guys to show some love to the commentary team. We're going to throw up our Venmo code here for the commentary. Open your Venmo app. It's at commentary, or if you just scan the QR code. Also, there's a link in the description. Anything helps. If you can throw these guys a couple bucks, it's really appreciated. They do an amazing job and help keep these streams more interesting. Thanks so much for your support. Love you guys.
Wayne Swanson, you saw that one. Yeah, I don't hate to tear the scab off of a fresh wound for Rob here, but yeah, Rob was in a match last night and came with just a magnificent shot on the 9 ball. 9 ball way up table up here, cue ball very close to this rail, 10 ball down next to the cue ball. Made the 9 up in this pocket up here with a beautiful follow stroke, came down, got himself about dead straight in on the 10 ball in that pocket, and then proceeded to miss the 10 ball after that amazing shot on the 9. So that's what Wayne Swanson is referring to here in the chat, I believe. Yeah, and that is a prime example of you can't take a shot off. I think that one was more nerves than Rob was on the hill at that point too. Ended up winning that set, but that miss allowed the set to go. Was it hill or close? I think it was a 15-10 match that Rob had 9 at the time. His opponent might have had 11 or 12, and Rob was still able to win the set after that, but that could have been very costly. Okay, I guess he called that shot. Fell just right on the 50-yard line. He's calling the bank cross corner. I don't believe he's intending to make this. I think this is to be safe. Cue ball down this direction. Came awfully close. Maybe he was intending to make it. Jump cue coming forthwith, I think. You see this 11 Ball TV t-shirt that Rob has on. I don't know if you caught that logo, but that is the t-shirt that will be being sent to our most generous super supporter of the day. Great shot. So far, Mike Moore there with the couple of pinned comments in the chat is our big front runner for that t-shirt. He's trying to add to his collection. He's a big supporter of this channel, a repeat viewer for several streams. And last I heard, laid up at home after a surgery of some sort or after an injury of some sort. How's that healing up for you, Mike? Hopefully you're doing well. So using that super chat feature will allow you to have a comment pinned in the chat. Make sure you take advantage of that ability. Write your comment out when you purchase the super chat or super sticker, and have that thing pinned in the chat with a big highlighted color around it for quite a while. If you want to use it to post a link to something you care about that's not political or adult oriented or spam of some sort. Good shot there. Pretty sure he was trying to make the 3 ball, but got a very good result anyway. I don't think this should be a factor here. I think that the shot here is kind of almost like a stop shot with a cue ball with some pace and just try to get the 3 ball launching off the 8. I don't like thinning this. I don't think you're ever going to get behind cover. If you hit this thin and send the cue ball up this way, maybe able to hit it with some pace. And if you could draw it back up to about here, that would be even better for this cluster of balls to help you block your. Well, he left it very difficult. If I was playing this shot from here, most likely I'd probably call the 6. I'll try to go cross over the face of the 3 ball, banking the 3 back this direction, trying to get my cue ball up table and coming back all the way up this way, something along those lines. Rob has called the 3 ball in the bottom left. Curious about that. So he's playing some sort of like a 1 pocket 2 rail shot. Hit it quite well. I like that shot. That looked real nice. He's made it. Oh, he didn't make it. Unfortunate. I hit it great. Heads up call. He really sees. He saw the path of that ball really well. Hit it very, very nicely, but yeah. I'm sorry, that was Francisco. That's overran a bit. Okay, not too bad. Okay. This is what I've had some discussions with Rob about this. He needs to get a good size angle on the 5, meaning he'd like the cue ball to come back off the rail at least as far as the 4 ball is right now. And that's my opinion. He tends to play these to get a little bit straight and things get tough. Okay, so he's going to have to go forward and he's going to have to travel a ways and then he's going to have to probably come around the back of the 9. And if you don't hit this firm enough, you could hook yourself, but you hit it too firm, it becomes hard to pocket. I'd like to have more angle, just kind of stun or draw off the rail, and just float my cue ball back over across with enough angle to make that easy to move the cue ball. The whole theory behind that is just putting the cue ball in a place where it wants to go where you need it to go for the next shot. So you kind of look at the table and figure what's the easiest way to get from here to here and do your best to put the cue ball there every time. You know, you're looking 3 balls ahead so you can play the correct shape to get the correct shape to get the correct shape. You know, it's like a chain of events that you need to map out. Extremely close. It's been discussed ad nauseum, but these balls, when they're this deep into a pocket on a diamond, are difficult to play position from. I guess I would say right now that I may be looking at trying to just shoot to the rail first with a lot of spin, but you can sail right past this ball without hitting it trying that. That seems to be the easiest way to easily get position because it'll clip the cue ball, clip this ball, and then naturally want to float down and come this way. When you have to hit the ball first, both of these points of the side pocket will try to trap your ball and keep it from naturally springing off a rail and going where you want it to. So then you end up having to hit the ball full and just trying to draw it straight back out of here at this distance when you're kind of bridging a little bit over the top of the 7 ball. That's a tall order as well. This shot right here is with the ball hanging in the pocket is actually tough. So I probably play my ball almost right into that point with a slow speed and maximum right English to make sure that I I get all the grab I can to make contact with a 4 ball and just let that English accelerate my cue ball back this direction right here, if possible. You have to kind of be at the table looking at it to see how much of that ball's peeking out and see if that's doable. But that's the way I like to try to play this if I can get it. Kind of looks doable from where I'm at, but he looks like he may be going ball first and just digging out of there with draw. And he did, and see what happened. Like, it's I don't think the 6 ball's make. I think he's hooked himself here, and he's just in a difficult spot. Everyone thinks, well, how can you screw that up? The ball's right in the pocket. That's why it gets screwed up, and he's a little frustrated by that, understandably. This game is extremely important to Rob. Like this score line right here, doesn't want to let his opponent get, reel in that entire spot super early in the match. Rob needs to keep, as much of that 11 ball separation as he can up towards the end of the match. If Francisco catches him at 15 or something like that, Rob's in deep shit. So pardon my French. He's trying to float in behind the 8 ball here, it looks like. Okay. Kind of a big reprieve for Rob. Rob should probably try to knock this 6 up table this way with some draw and some left, and maybe try to dig his cue ball in and park it behind the 7, which is exactly what he's looking at right here. Doesn't really matter where the 6 ball goes as long as you get your cue ball right where the end of my line is right there. What you want to avoid is like accidentally pocketing the 6 in the side or something like that. That would be terrible. Watch the 6. Okay. Hit it pretty good. Actually hit it very good. This shot right here is, if I'm looking at it correctly, is incredibly difficult. Looks like his only path is a 1-rail kick this way. He'll be coming across this. He called the 6 ball here. I don't know if you saw that, but so that's what he's playing. He's going to try to hit that 6 ball fat and hard and hope that it banks across corner. So, hey, I think he's changed his mind now. He's calling this pocket. Really, what he's hoping for is, okay, so he has enough of space. He's trying to bend his cue ball through between the 7, 8, and 8 and 10 with some spin and make good hit. Man, he's going to get pretty lucky here. Jeez. That luck starts with a good hit, so you can't complain too much. He had to make a good shot there to make contact. Can't get lucky if you don't hit it. Rob's jumping. Slamming the extension of his jump cue down on the table with a little frustration. This is what happens. I mean, this is when you play a really good player. They know all the shots. They execute them better. They fire at you real hard. They can really wear down your confidence and wear you down with table control and possession time, if you will. They spend a lot more time at the table. Generally speaking, they spend more time at the table than you do. This might turn out pretty good for Rob. That's, again, great hit, nice jump shot, and probably going to buy Rob another turn to the table, but that's not a guarantee. This bank shot here is available. I'd be a little surprised if Francisco played it, because there's another good shot here where you can thin off the right side of the 6 and try to send your cue ball along this path right here and possibly tuck it in behind the 7. He's calling the bank. He's This is a little bit cowboy. This is he's trying to break Rob's heart here and his spirit in a way. Is the shot right here is more risk than Francisco needs to take at the moment. Okay, so I think he just called the 7 ball, and I think that's a just in case thing. He's going to play the shot, the safety shot that I diagrammed here a couple minutes ago. He's trying to get behind the 7, but he's calling the 7 in case he hits it bad. Hit it way too soft. That's not a good shot. He's not going to be happy with that at all. Hit it too thick and too soft. Big opportunity for Rob. A little bit of a testy shot, but it comes with very natural position. And if he makes this shot and gets himself a good shot on the 7, he should expect himself to clear up from here. He'd be hard pressed to make this and not get a good shot of the 7, unless he just goes wild and hits it way too hard. Nothing wrong with that. I think he caught it to the thick side of the pocket and slowed his cue ball down a little bit. I think he would have loved his cue ball to end. It probably would have ended up over here, but this is the same angle. Nothing wrong with it. Very easy shot. It's got an angle to come up off the rail and get the 8. Really, the only thing that could go bad here is like getting dead straight in on the 8 ball. He wants an angle on the 8 ball as well. Oh my God. He loaded that up with a bunch of left English for reasons I'm not understanding right now. And he's probably going to have to play safe here. And the shot that I see is cue ball crossing over the face of this 8 ball, running the cue ball to here and banking the 8 ball straight up the middle. I mean, he's not going to be able to stop his cue ball at the end of that line, but I still, as long as he's got a couple other options too. Looks like he's probably going to try to bank the 8 ball to here, cue ball to here. Got some Chris Stapleton rocking in the background. Whiskey and You, good song. Looks like he's trying to pocket this ball. I'm not in love with this. I'm not sure what the plan is here. I don't think he called a pocket. Not going to be happy with that. This may be makeable. Well, then again, may not. If it is not makeable, Rob will be calling this pocket here. He'll be crossing over the face of this, trying to bank the 8 ball one rail there, and he's going to get his cue ball back up table. Preferably, if he's to miss this, he'll miss it short to the long rail so that the 8 rebounds back over here and leaves a very tough shot. That's much more preferable than coming short with the 8-ball and having it come out here and just hang around in front of the hole. Looks like he's playing the shot, so he thinks he has enough. Doesn't have to do a whole lot with the cue ball. I mean, he just needs to pocket speed this and get it down. Not quite. Still, he's left it pretty tough. I'd like to see Rob's body language improve here. It's still early. He's still doing okay, you know. He looks like he's getting deflated a little bit with his body language. You know, kind of placing things down with a little force, dropping his cue on the ground, his extension on the table, stuff like he's just showing a lot of frustration here. He's kind of had a bit of a rough week, I would say, in these matches. It could be kind of a culmination of all that. You know, it's this week hasn't totally gone his way. Jeez. Very nice shot right there from way downtown. I think Francisco has a type of angle where it's kind of easy to pocket this in the upper right and just draw your cue ball back down and back out. Just a nice stroke, nice positive stroke. Helps you kind of pocket the ball. Well, he's not doing that. Looks like he's going for. Oh, what happened here? What? What did I miss? Did you not call that 8-ball? Was that an uncalled ball? I'm confused. Okay. Pretty nice shot there from Rob. This one requires full attention as well. Pretty natural just to pocket this with some top. You know, it's honestly at my level too. I like to pocket this and I like to leave the cue ball up on this end rail. Just it's a nice natural speed for the shot. You're not trying to do too much, but should you miss this, leaving that cue ball up there will most likely leave a very tough shot. Hit it great. Good shot by Rob there. I'm not sure what happened. I'm confused by what happened. I guess Francisco must have been trying to play safe on that 8-ball or something. What? Anybody know what happened? Was I just totally confused? Oh no, that was Rob that made the 8-ball. Okay. Yes, I was totally confused. Never mind. That was a great out by Rob there. Let's put it that way. So I lost track of who was at the table. If you're in the chat supporting one of these players, hit us with a super chat. Post your comment up in support of your favorite guy and hit that like button. type a comment in, get your support of your favorite player pinned in the chat. Oh no. Still left it pretty tough. This ball is makeable. I suspect the safety is so easy that I kind of suspect that Francisco will bank this one ball up table here and try to lock him up behind this cluster of balls right here. It's just easier than making this and running out. Not his best effort ever. Like, he could have probably easily got a little tighter to those balls with the cue ball. This leaves a jump available for Rob. Rob's quite handy with the jump cue, so fully expect a good hit. Would not be surprised at all if he made this. I would be surprised if he made it and had a good shot on the 2-ball, but we'll see. Okay, that could be a problem. Yeah, a little bit of a testy shot, but yeah, thank you, Wayne. I just get staring at the table and looking at the tip hitting the ball and not who's actually at the table. I could lose track sometimes, I guess. Okay. Rob needed that opening. 4 to the 5 is the key to solving this puzzle right here. Well, actually, the 1 to the 2 is going to take a little bit of touch as well. Not sure if he's going to try to make the 1 and draw to this side of the 2, or hit the 1 with some follow, like a high left, and just try to float his cue ball up to this area right here. I would probably opt for option B there with the high left. He looks like he's doing something different, maybe. Yeah, okay. As I was about to say, the risk of this is to get too straight on the 2-ball to get your cue ball back up table. Looks like he has a bit of angle. 4 to the 5 is still going to be pretty difficult here. Well, he's got a very good angle here to make the 4 on the bottom left and run his cue ball back up and maybe try to fall straight in on the 5 for the upper left. If I said upper left, I meant bottom left for the 4-ball. But this is a pretty ideal angle right here. Just got to make it a little bit of distance. Kind of fell on the 50-yard line. Well, not really the 50, because he will definitely be playing this in the side. It's very makeable. He just may have to run his cue ball forward up to this rail out here and back out. Straight high ball. He's very frustrated by this, but he just made a nice shot. He needs to... Yeah, this lays good. I feel like the natural path of the cue ball is going to be up here and back out. I'd be trying to get right out the middle. This isn't bad. He seems really frustrated by it because he didn't get exactly where he wanted, but he just did pocket a nice ball. He's still got the dice here. He's got options here. It's not worth being this upset over. This is just a nice stroke. Basically just 12 o'clock on the cue ball, maybe 11 o'clock. Put a little bit of left on it just to help the cue ball run around the rails, accelerate around just a little bit. Okay, you did all right there. This is okay. Don't know if he can miss the 9-ball coming through here. Meaning if he pockets this, the cue ball is going to it's going to go this way. It might graze the 9-ball. It could help him or it could hurt him if he can map out accurately how thick he's going to hit the 9-ball. He can use this. I still feel it's like a straight 12 o'clock. I let the 9-ball go to this rail and just float back up like this. off the 9. That's what I'm seeing. He's drawing into the 9 though. Okay, this could work too. Same principle, using the 9. Okay. See what kind of angle he's got here. Just a slight one. I don't like trying to do too much. It's kind of, if you just kind of hit this with a bit of a stop cue or a little bit of draw, the cue ball's tendency wants to come this way. What you don't want is to end up dead straight on the 9 ball in the upper corner. You'd like to have some angle to help you come down and get a little bit closer to the 10 ball. Because, I mean, you'd rather not be shooting the 10 ball from a stop shot on the 9 way up here because it's missable. Mm. Okay, he's got a little bit of an angle here, so just like to kind of little, he'd like to hit the cue ball with, where's my little, about this English right here, something like that, just low left. He wants to stun to the rail and let that left English open him up here and just kind of spin him down to about right there. Oh boy. That can happen. I mean, there's a lot of distance there. A lot of distance. That's not an easy shot, especially trying to move your ball. But I feel like you kind of have to move your ball in that shot a little bit. Or she fell dead straight into the corner. Rob's going to be a little annoyed by that. Look at that. I mean, it's straight in. Oh my goodness. Wow. Big break for Rob. Okay. Well, that's we'll see how that, what that does to Francisco, if anything. That might piss him off a little bit, getting his head sewn. So we still got a tie game. So that's the big difference between reeling in a chunk of this handicap and trading game for game. So that should be mentally energizing from Rob and have the exact opposite effect on Francisco. Although it is still early, there's a long way to go here. Francisco's not going to feel like that just cost him the match or anything necessarily, but that just erased all his progress. Back to square one with a much shorter race now. So 11 on the wire to 31 is much more palatable than 11 on the wire to 27. Wow. Excellent speed control right there. He wants to either stop his ball or pull it three inches past where the cue ball is now. He doesn't want to pull it back to where it is right now. That's much better. Okay, so he's got the angle with his cue ball can come out here kind of naturally and probably fall in this neighborhood with a high ball. Like if you were dead straight on this, you know, you'd have no choice but to kind of shoot the 4 from a lot more distance. Just those little differences, you know, 3 inches here, 3 inches there is all the difference in the world in pool. Getting on the correct side of things, getting the proper angle on things is a way to make the game easy on yourself. If you're shooting from 7 feet away and straight in on every shot, good luck. Good opportunity here to use the 6 ball to help your position on the 5 and also open up the 6-7 cluster right here. You'd love to run the 6 ball like into the 10, and I'd move the template rack here, by the way, before I shot this, because you don't want the 6 and 10 to tie up on the like this on the, you know. Yeah, one shot too late. Well, it may have helped him in actuality. If that rack wasn't there, he'd probably be the 6 would probably be married to the 10 ball right now. But also could have had the opposite effect. He's overran that one just a bit. Nice stroke, nice shot though. His demeanor's settling down and his arm is loosening up a little bit. I can see he's getting through the ball a little. He got frustrated here for a couple games. Looks like he's relaxing again and just focusing and starting to play better. I mean, obviously being tied after 4 games against a guy that's 105 Fargo points your senior is, you know, you got to be, you should be happy with that. Oh. Okay. This shot's a little bit tough with the cue ball so close to the rail. And I think he's basically straight in. Even worse, he may be slightly on the wrong side. Yeah, he's straight enough. I don't think I try to do much more than stop this ball. Excellent shot. Really starting to cue the ball real nice now. Love for that to stay off the rail, but so far so good. That's a pretty good shot. Really good shot, actually. Still have to pay attention to this one. Great shooting there by Rob. Looks like his confidence is starting to grow here. Chat's a little bit quiet. How's everybody doing? Everybody enjoying this so far? Overamp that one. Hit that a little bit too firm. Missed both the side pocket balls long, and that's going to be trouble. Would love to have got one of those balls down in the side pocket with this starting shot right here. This is a pretty nice rack. Everything has pockets here. I don't see any big problems. Probably love to park his cue ball right about here off of this one ball shot. Oh, surprised he went that way. Now he's a little bit too straight. Probably going to try to draw back to about where his cue ball is now somewhere. Good stroke. Really nice shot. See it again. Yeah, should be able to pull his cue ball back up along this path here. Ooh, stuffed it. Okay. What's going on, Matt Walker? Okay, I like just clipping this ball a little bit thin and just floating your cue ball back out along this pathway right here. Don't try to go too crazy here. He's going to hook himself. A little too thin. Yeah, rail first on this one. Probably somewhere about here. If he hits this good, he might be able to play the 6 in the same pocket. Oh, he went all the way around. Oh, he's got the 5 next. Never mind. Really nice shot, though. Jeez, this one's a little tough. Probably same path. Is he going to go all the way around or kind of roll the softer for the 6 in the same pocket, maybe? A little too soft. Oh, no. Going to have to hide that cue ball. Very good cue ball there because mark that 6 a little closer to a little close to the hole for comfort. Yeah. Okay, he's looking at a 2 railer. Cue ball. Something like this. Oh, just 1 rail. Okay. Thought he was a little too behind the 8 ball for that one. I think the 4's a little bit, or the 9's a little bit in your way. He's going to have to open this up with a bunch of spin. Very nice hit. Okay. Or I would like to go across table and get his cue ball parked kind of next to the 9 ball, somewhere in that neighborhood, close to it, maybe here. Oh. he didn't roll down quite as far as he wanted to. He might have to do some work not to collide with the 8-ball here. Maybe. He's just narrowly going to miss it. No. Really good shot. Just used it. Well, I like his chances from here. He may just kind of dink this in and take that shot on the 10. That's probably maybe better than trying to run your cue ball around table, but well, he's looking at it. Yeah, this got a little touchy here. He's still definitely a favorite.
What the? Oh my god!
That's my favorite. This is pretty tough here. Don't know what I would do. Don't know how close this is to the rail. Pretty well frozen to it. Oh, my dog says hi. I don't know what the move is right here. I'd almost consider banking the ball up here. I just don't really know. I know that playing it safe here, you try to hit this thin and do something crazy. It's so easy to sell out a shot here. Sometimes it's just easier to go aggressive and rely on the small percentage chance you're going to end up safe anyway. Hit that really nicely. Really good shot. I didn't see him call anything. He's playing safe as well, right up the middle. Really, really nice. How's that speed? Too close to the rail for a kicking stick. I just have to play a similar shot to what Carlos did. Kind of cross over the face of it, try to bank the 10 up here. It's all object ball speed here is the critical portion. You're not. You went for the cut shot there. Left it pretty tough, but I think Carlos is going to take a crack at this in the upper left or the upper right here. You should be expecting to be betting the game on this shot. There's not going to. Oh, he did not try that. Okay. This lays good for a kick and stick right here. I like this. Exactly. Cue all the rail, left English. Call the side pocket bit just in case. So the object, the second prize is either here or here, but the speed is to park your 10 ball on this bottom rail here. And with that stick, cue ball is just going to stay right here. If you hit it nice and thick with the right speed, your cue ball will just stick up to that end rail. Not bad. He didn't quite get in deep enough behind it, so still left it pretty difficult. Pretty sure Francisco will be trying to pocket this ball here. The idea is to make sure that if you're going to miss it, it's an overcut and not a. You want to catch the long rail first, not the short rail, just like this. Well, sorry, not like that. Awfully close to correct, but that if he doesn't catch the point there, that 10 ball comes back over here and leaves it super tough. Did a pretty nice job with the cue ball on that shot. Okay, huge game again for Rob, getting the better of a really kind of extended safety battle on that 10 ball, which is kind of fun to watch. Those guys both played well in that. Francisco took a nice shot at that ball and just barely missed it. Very difficult shot. I will be back in a couple minutes. Okay. Bad roll there. Another really nice hit. So a very nice safety by Rob pays off here. Rob's probably considering a 3 foul opportunity here. Probably mostly due to the fact that the 3 ball doesn't pass the 7. That's the big problem here. Good object ball. Would have loved that cue ball to weld up to the back of the 10, but I think we're going to see a jump shot. Good hit. Not a friendly bump on the cue ball there. So problem with the 3 balls still around. Don't think it would pass. Don't think it passes into the side there. If it did, Rob would be in a pretty good spot here to try to exploit that. Wonder if Rob has the angle where he could kind of cheat this pocket a little bit and kind of stun, draw his cue ball, and float up this way. It's all asking a lot, but if you happen to end up good, the rest of it's kind of runnable. Okay, showing us where he wanted the cue ball. Yeah, not a bad try. Called the 7. I'm not sure if the room audio gets out to the viewing public. I have it through EvoSports somehow, so he verbally said 7. So hit it really well. Got himself a really good angle to spin over and get a nice shot on the 4 ball here. I think slightly thin, but I think he can hold it. Let's spin this in here and just kind of twist his cue ball to float up this direction. Watch out for that side pocket. Danger, danger. Well, got a shot. Also has a good angle. Not the easiest shot in the world to pocket necessarily, but position's real nice. Natural position out this direction. I don't know that it's necessary for him to elevate this high unless he's corner hooked. He is not corner hooked. He just really wants a draw. He wants a easy shot in the six. Doesn't want to be shooting the six from a lot of angle. I wouldn't worry so much about that. I would not want to elevate this high. I'm just gonna get some stun on this and get over this direction right here. That's all I would be asking for. Surprising. It's gonna leave a shot. Maybe, maybe not. Turned out pretty good. It's gonna get him a shot back at the table here at some point. Don't know if he's gonna like it. I wouldn't try to do much. I was just trying to bank the four up into this area and kind of just twist my cue ball back here and just try, leave the four out in space. If you try to get the four to a rail, you're likely to overshoot hiding behind these balls. Pretty good. Really good, actually. So he's calling the four ball in the right hand side. Makes me think he's got a path through here, maybe two rails coming back this way. No, going three rails around the back of it. Wrong again. Nice hit. Okay. Looks like Rob's going to try to pocket this using some high inside English. This is a little bit touchy. Don't know if I love it. I think I like trying to dig down and draw my cue ball kind of deep into this corner off of the shot, just kind of come out this way. That's probably a preference thing. The shots, it'd be a little touchy to pocket when because he's got to kind of hit it a little bit slow too. You don't like soft rolling these balls with inside English. It just induces a lot of friction and fights. Hit it good. got on the good side of the 6 here. It's another close one. Not mandatory that he does that. This might have been easy, but I think you can just get the 8 here with a little bit of high right and just send your cue ball up table and back up like this. Try to get somewhere near the middle of the table, assuming that 9 doesn't pass the 10. I might try that anyway. We'll see. Kind of fell halfway between. Get down on this pretty quickly here. Safety. Not going to be good. I would like to see a little bit more thought into that one. Yeah, big game for Francisco there. He was gifted a bit of an opportunity there, just with a kind of a lackluster effort on that safety. Maybe maybe could have thought of something better to do, or put a little bit more time in and executed it better. Yeah, I haven't seen her tonight either. Maybe Francisco doesn't like having his face sniffed while he's down on the ball or something. I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with people. I'm just kidding. Dog's cute, sweetheart of a dog, as far as I can tell. But if I'm being 100% honest, if I was in there playing for $7,500, I don't know that I would want the distraction of a dog running around the table. But I'm a little sensitive like that. Nice hit. Oh, is that right? Yeah. Allergic to sharks? I'm just kidding. Well, got a nice shot here. Being over the top of the 9 ball makes it a little challenging to control your cue ball. Well, and possibly even to pocket this. Makes everything more challenging, but Sure seems like the 3 has a clear path, maybe. Wow. Okay. Very nicely executed. Conservative choice, but from where he was, I have no quarrel with that selection. You see some pace on this one. I see very few people who hit one rail kick shots as accurately as Francisco does here. He's extremely good at those shots. If you've just joined us, thanks first of all for stopping by the 11 Ball TV YouTube channel. If you're finding this entertaining at all, we would love a like or a subscription or a super chat. Super chats are a fun way to get a message out to the other viewers, support your player if you have one that you're rooting for. Offer a side bet, whatever in the chat. I've seen that happen a lot. I haven't seen it happen on the 11 Ball TV chat, but other streams, people will, offer and take side bets on to sweat their favorite player. It's a fun way to do it. If you have a business or a pool hall, pool related business, you can post a link to that business in the super chat, and we will be giving a 100% organic cotton 11 Ball TV T-shirt to our biggest super chat supporter of the day. Using those chats really helps the channel out, helps the commentators out a little bit, and will allow us to eventually acquire some additional equipment, some more cameras, get other camera angles going. Really, Rob has been putting in a lot of work and effort to try to make the channel grow. We recently passed the 500 subscriber mark. Would love to get to 1,000. So if you haven't subscribed yet, we would greatly appreciate that as well. Everything helps. Everything's appreciated. Your presence is appreciated. Participation in the chat in general is appreciated. If you don't have a card or whatever linked to the super chat feature, there is a Venmo link in the description of this video just to help the commentators out. And there's also a Venmo commercial that Rob made, for lack of a better term, that I play occasionally between racks. I may run that again here pretty soon. But we were all here kind of volunteering our time. Rob's putting his money on the line. I'm volunteering my time for this. I enjoy it, but it is not a lucrative thing to do. So anything is greatly appreciated. Thank you. Yeah, looks like he may call the bank on the 5 in the lower right, and he is doing that now with the intention of maybe trying to spin his cue ball up table here, maybe falling behind those, maybe just run into the 7 for position. Oh, he drew for position. Yeah, I like dogs as well. I don't know if they're calming for me in that sense, like you say, Anawaya, but I do like their company. I don't know that I would be terribly put off by one, assuming it wasn't, trying to sniff my face while I was down on the ball or something like that. But I don't see much of that. There was a time when dogs were, it was kind of a long period of time where dogs were actually kind of terrifying to me, which was immediately following a really bad dog bite incident that I had as a teenager many years ago. I spent many years very nervous around dogs of any and all sizes after that. It was a fairly traumatic deal for me, resulting in a lot of stitches in my legs and several weeks on crutches. But that's all past. I don't have that anxiety anymore when approached by dogs. That went away. The incident happened almost exactly 40 years ago, so I've had time to get over it. I'd like to tell people it was like a pit bull or a cane corso or some badass sort of dog, but it was actually a Dalmatian that did that to me. A funny little add-on to the story is that case resulted in my appearance on the TV show The People's Court. A little fun fact. Very nice shot right there. There's a little bit of discussion happening right now. I'm not making out exactly what it's about. I think just I'm not sure if Rob is questioning whether he actually called that pocket or was trying to play safe. I don't think that's the case. Well, I don't know why I don't have any relation to any of that story, but I definitely want to thank you for your service, as that's something that nobody. I don't know. I don't even know what to say. Nobody should have to go through. It's a very terrible experience, from what I understand. I've been fascinated by, uh, combat veterans interviews and stuff like that. Watched a lot of like these veterans channels on YouTube. A lot of interviews with Medal of Honor recipients, and just can't imagine what you might have been through. So, and being a medic in particular, what you may have been through. So that's a very honorable thing to do, but I feel terrible that you had to experience it. Thanks for swinging by again, Martine. It's always good to have you here in the chat. Appreciate your attendance, and we'll see you next time. All the way from South Africa, in case anyone's wondering why he's going to bed at 4:30 in the afternoon or 3:30 in the afternoon, where I'm at. Probably after midnight there. Guessing it's about 12:30 or so, 12:15. Always fun to have you here. Appreciate you chatting with us. Tell those caretakers you're not a kid. You can watch TV if you want. Tell them that South African cuss word I was talking about the other day that I don't want to repeat, but Oof. Don't think he has the edge of this one ball. If he did, this would be a very runnable rack here. It all lays together pretty nicely. It could prove just slightly tricky to bring your cue ball off the rail for a nice big angle on the 5. I mean, you'd really like your cue ball to be up this high, but with where it's at right now, yeah, that's nearly the same angle. That'll work just fine. Yeah, thanks. Oh boy, got way too much into that one. Didn't need it. This is makeable here. If you can see, if Rob can see his right edge of this ball, it'd be nice to strike it over here and just let your cue ball just float up. You don't need much more. Well, getting from the 6 to the 7 could be tricky, but I don't think so. It may be better in this instance to go to this cushion first, try to clip this and let your cue ball run over and try to lay on this rail for that sort of angle. Just might be. Okay, well, unfortunately the 8 ball tied up, but he did some nice things for himself on the 7. Uh-oh, trouble. Trouble. I do believe the 8 goes in the left side, kind of where the 7's floating and getting there. Not too terrible. Probably set my cue ball up right about here someplace and swing the cue ball around the rails this way. Almost exactly like this. It's a little firm. A little bit firm there, maybe. Yeah, it's too much. Still might be makeable if I'm Rob. I am asking to film this hit here. Take a look at the overhead camera. Can this ball be pocketed here? I'd be looking for a. It's going to be a close hit. It looks like it could be makeable. And he looks like he's standing here kind of looking from that angle. So it'd be surprising me if Rob doesn't jump up and want to break out his phone camera or something for this. I suppose if it's a bad hit, though, then the 8 may not even move at all. So maybe it's no big deal. Very nice hit. Very nice shot. Game winner right there. Oh, yeah. This lays real nice. Okay. Francisco coming back strong here. Very nice out. After an unfortunate scratch by Rob there.
Introducing EvoSports, the future of live streaming. It's now easier than ever to stream and share your action. We use the best equipment for high-quality HD image.
All right, we'll get back to that. Don't want to miss any of the action here. Just a little shout out to the EvoSports company. I really enjoy this software. I think it's great for pool, great for streaming. It's been directly responsible for me seeing a lot of local pool action on my YouTube feed. I don't know if you're aware, but this software automatically streams your matches to YouTube after you just enter your name and the race, the players' names and the length of the race, whatever you're doing, and hit start. This will automatically put the match on YouTube and video it and allow someone to commentate remotely and all kinds of fun stuff. So it's a really cool piece of software that Patrick Nix has come up with here. And it makes it a lot of fun. I've done plenty of commentary without the ability to use the telestrator and I'd have to be on site, I'd have to show up to the arena or wherever they're playing and do all that. The stream, I don't even know how to start a stream, so somebody else generally start the stream on Facebook using other like OBS soft streaming software, and it's a complicated deal. I'll give myself a quick shout out here. I was a part of a Facebook page called the California Pool Action Vortex, and we've been kind of dormant here for a year and a half or so, but we've hosted a lot of matches, and I did commentary with various other folks for dozens of those matches. So they're still there somewhere. The California Pool Action Vortex also has a YouTube channel with those matches archived, so you can go back and watch a few of them. And that was a lot of fun. But yeah, the fun part about that was our commentary booth was my GMC pickup truck in the driveway. We'd run cables out under the garage door of this guy's house and put a monitor on the hood of my truck. And me and my co-commentator would just hang my microphone from the rearview mirror and watch the match on a monitor right in the driveway. It was pretty funny, but it worked really well. It was a lot of fun. So I've got just about a partial pocket, maybe half a pocket for the 2-ball past the 9. Good angle to get to the 3. Going to take a little bit of pace to get to the 3, and shooting this ball into a partial pocket at that pace could be a recipe for a rattle here. No, hit it nice. He'll just stun out, be through the gap here, close to the 7-ball. Oh, he went all the way forward. Really good shot. This has fallen just slightly funny. You may have to draw back past the side pocket and play the 7 in the lower right here. If not, he's got to kind of force this off the rail some. Hit it really nicely. Gets through the cue ball nice, so he gets a lot of action off of kind of some flat angles. Just nice acceleration through the cue ball. In my opinion, it's been pretty high quality pool, at least as high as you could expect out of the Fargos of the two guys. I don't think anybody's really played poorly here. Everyone's doing at least what you'd expect of them. So it's been a competitive match and pretty high quality up to this point. If you haven't heard, we are going to be giving a 11 Ball TV T-shirt to the strongest super chat supporter of this stream today. So far, Mike Moore is in the lead with $14.98 worth of super chats in two separate messages. So, oh no. So we thank him. Can't thank you enough. But I can tell you that these shirts that you'd be able to win cost us more than twice that amount to purchase and send to you. So right now, a $15 super chat would put you in the lead for a really nice 100% organic cotton t-shirt in the size of your choice. If you're to win that t-shirt, you would just simply get a hold of Rob on one of his social media channels using the Linktree link that's in the description of this video, and get him your mailing address and your size. But if you're in here and you are supporting one of these players and you want to send a positive message his way, that'd be a great way to do it. We'll read it out here on the stream. It'll be pinned and highlighted in the chat here. So it's a lot of fun. It's also a very great way to support this channel, help us grow. This channel's posting a lot of content every week, multiple days every week, during the weekdays, weekends, any time of day. Rob is in action, usually. At some point, we'll probably be hosting matches between pairs of players, maybe not involving Rob at some point, but so far, Rob has been the star of the show and the one willing to get up here on stream and put his money on the line against very tough competition. It's been a lot of fun for me to watch and to be able to sit here and watch along with you people and kind of share my thoughts on it as we go along. It makes it even more fun if if y'all participate in the chat and let me know what you're thinking about the match, who you like, if you wanted to make a side bet from here. The score lays, reasonably good to still make a game with somebody else, one of the other viewers. If you guys wanted to put a $10 side bet or a $50 little sweat on this thing, whatever you want to do, it's chat's the place to do it. Can make the match more fun to watch if you have a little skin in the game. Otherwise, just let me know where you're watching from. We just had a gentleman sign off from South Africa. I don't know why I forget where you said you're from. VNM Navarro 71 is from Canada, if I remember correctly. Is it Ontario or Toronto? I don't remember. Mike Moore, our current leader in the t-shirt giveaway, is. I got to see if I can remember where he's from as well. Give me a second. Feels like it was New England of some sort, if I can remember correctly. Yeah, New Hampshire. That's right. Okay, Wayne, now you're being a little that's got to be facetious, right? Closer to a 700 than a 550. You must be trying to make a game with him pretty soon. Are you ready to show up on the stream? He's getting like 11 on the wire, racing to 31 from a 675, so I'm not sure that he plays a 700 speed. It's funny though. Oh, nice speed on that shot right there. Got himself a nice angle to go forward. Yeah. Keep switching tools and forgetting about it. Probably just forward with the cue all up this way and probably into the line of the shot. Let the draw back, get his cue ball right in front of the side pocket, just straight into that upper right-hand corner. Francisco coming on strong. If he doesn't have too much angle and he can hold this, he just like to pull it over. If not, he may have to go up table and back. That could just invite a couple extra percentage points worth of chance that something could go wrong, come up short or something like that. Another game down, I think. Yeah, don't want to make any assumptions, but this shot's pretty juicy.
My Fargo is 75, 675 today, tomorrow, and yesterday, and it's 3,000 games. That's my. My phone?
So sounds like Rob is asking Francisco if he has the Salado app on his phone, and if you don't know what that is, that's a app where you can report your game scores and get them entered into the Fargo system. The Fargo system is responsible for those numbers next to the players' names in the scoreboard area. Rob's Fargo is 570. Francisco's is 675. I think Rob had asked Francisco if he has the Salado app just because Rob would like to report these matches to Fargo, just kind of stop people like Wayne Swanson from spreading rumors that are not true. I'm just giving you a hard time, pal. But Rob wants his Fargo reported, and if it's going to go up, he wants it to go up naturally. So the reason Rob Fargo is a little bit below what most people believe is true speed is because he hasn't played in anything for a long time that reports to Fargo, and his robustness, meaning the number of games he has reported in the system, is not very high. So if he was to, let's say, for instance, today he just really ran over Francisco and he won 20-9 from here, that would, winning a lot of the more than the expected number of games against a much higher rated player would make Rob's Fargo shoot sky high. Francisco right here in this conversation. Rob was asking him if he had the Salado app, and Francisco says, I'm a 675. It's going to be 675 today, yesterday, tomorrow, 2 months from now, because he has 3,000 games in the system. And it takes a lot to move the needle when you have that many games. It's an average. It's a calculation of the average of kind of how many games you win versus the expectation of the number of games you're supposed to win against your opponent's rating. So that measures performance in tournaments and in some leagues that report to Fargo. But these action matches, which is kind of what Rob has been doing for the last several months. Rob bought this table back in February and has been playing and practicing on it exclusively. And he was up like a 556 Fargo a couple weeks back when I first encountered him and started, being in contact with him. and it's moved up to 570 already. I mean, he has maybe 700 games in the system, so it's not nothing. But big wins and big losses will move the needle. My Fargo, for instance, I have almost 6,000. I have over 5,900 games in the system. So my Fargo's been the same for what seems like a year. Like it takes big wins and bad losses for my Fargo to move. So my Fargo hasn't moved more than 1 point in probably a year and a half. So I think just the reason Rob is asking not to suggest that Francisco's on the stall or anything like that, but that Rob just would like to report these matches to Fargo, so his rating gets reported accurately. He's really just, it's all about transparency for him. He just wants to kind of squash any rumors of people saying he plays 625 speed. That's just not accurate in my opinion. It maybe it is. I'm from California, suburb of Los Angeles, and there's a lot of players here, a lot of strong players, and I part of my belief is that if you don't get out and play in a lot of different areas, your Fargo is really just your rating within the small pond that you swim in. So, I don't get out a bunch and play big tournaments necessarily. I play at a home room and it's a handicap tournament. And there's a lot of lower rated players. The vast majority of the time, I'm giving up a handicap to players in the tournament as opposed to receiving one. So it's, the Fargo still measures the number of games you win versus the number of games your opponents wins against you, whatever, based on their rating and the expected return or whatever. But yeah, that's really just the whole point for Rob asking about it is he wants his Fargo to be what it's supposed to be. Wayne Swanson must be Victor Kakuza's agent or something like that. We'll see how that. I'm just playing around, but yeah, the idea that Rob plays much higher than 600 speed is not what I'm experiencing. To be honest with you, Rob wins games with he does win some games with solid tactical play. He kicks well. He plays good safeties. He jumps well. You get out of safety, so sometimes he doesn't lose games that some people of his Fargo may lose. But Rob, you don't see Rob breaking and running a bunch of racks. In fact, I've probably commentated on somewhere between 30 and 40 hours of this stream here in particular. Rob has been involved in every single one of those matches, and I think I've seen him breaking one rack, maybe two. He one time he had a opportunity to run a 2 racks in a row and missed a relatively easy shot on the 8 or 9 ball to finish the second rack. Other than that, it's solid tactical play. He doesn't run a bunch of balls all the time. Well, it doesn't matter really what your Fargo is. Fargo sets an expectation of how many games a 570 is supposed to win against a 397, and if Rob outruns that expectation, his Fargo goes up. If you outrun it, his Fargo goes down and yours goes up. If you guys get hill. So just how it works. Fargo gives like a calculation of how many games you should be expected to win based on your rating versus your opponent's rating. And after the match is over and you report your games, it moves. If the game is close, like to what it's supposed to be, it doesn't move much, if at all. Interesting here. Wonder what Francisco's going to. I mean, he's going to play this combination. Okay. You got to guard here because he is cutting the 7 ball slightly to the left, which means to me the 6 ball has a chance of wanting to leak forward and sit on that short rail, which could, yeah, which could be a problem with that. I like to set up that combination from out here with a lot of angles so that after I play the my cue ball comes out here and I don't have to worry about if my 6 ball ends up sitting on the rail because I can still make it. Might be slightly harder to make that combination from out there, but you don't just make a ball and then immediately screw yourself and have to play a difficult safety right after. Rob is going to need to. So this ball is kind of on the rail. It's thin. You might take it for granted because it's right near the pocket, but you still have to cut it. And getting from the 8 to the 9 from here takes a little bit of something. You want to get an angle on the 8 of some sort. Preferably right about where the cue ball is now would be just about ideal. As I mentioned, I've only been in. This is not the best angle here. Going to need a bridge. Can't reach the shot. This gets difficult. Cue ball is going to be traveling because it's kind of a thin cut. Yeah, he got a little bit bad here. Not going to be happy with that. All right, just a bit short. This is not going to be good here. This is probably cuttable, but I don't think he's going to try it. You'd have to. Your cue ball would look like it's flying around on a ping pong or a pinball table, pinball machine if you try to make this shot. Looks like he's thinking about it. No, he's not. I was wrong. He's going to let Rob see a piece of this, actually the whole thing. So this may lay pretty good for Rob to come up here, try to bank the 9 back down this way while running his cue ball and hopefully keeping it behind the 10 ball here. There's other options here, but that one seems to lay pretty good. He can also just try to hit the ball very thin on its left side and just move the 9 slightly and run his cue ball back down this way. He's got a few options here. That one's risky. If you hit it too fat, you usually leave a shot. He hit it great. That's a very nice shot right there by Rob. May even keep the 10 in between. See if Francisco may have an edge. If he does, it's just a tiny one. He'll be playing a very similar shot to the one Rob just played by trying to clip the 9 just barely this way and running his cue ball out this way like this. They may be. I feel like they're probably setting up a Salado match here. They're just trying to enter this match into Salado, and Rob is made a post saying that he wanted to do that for future matches. Looks like maybe he's got Francisco agreeing to it. Yeah, that's too thick. This is going to be very long and straight and still not easy, but he caught way more 9-ball there than he wanted to. Big opportunity here for Rob. He needs to get this down. It's not easy. He's going to have to move his cue ball a ways too for a favorable shot on the 10. So he's going to have to put a little pace on this. This is very rattleable. That's hate to see that. But there's a long way to go here. A good display of why these pockets are. Oh, okay. He tried. Yeah, these pockets are tight. This is a diamond table with 4¼ inch corner pockets, and it plays very snug. And you just saw that. He didn't hit that 9-ball super clean, but may have gone on some tables. Okay, dry break. It's like Rob does not have a clear look at the 1-ball. Oh, he left a shot here. Bad roll. The run out was going to be tough there because of where the 3 is, but if you were to give up ball in hand of the 2, it makes that much more manageable. Need some pace here. If it runs into another ball, it could be a ways to go to get a rail after. That might be too soft. Okay. Fortunately, he didn't hit the 6 in the face. Okay, pretty good. Just you probably, if he's gonna, I think what I'd have to do here is just kind of load this up with right English and just come off and try to run into stuff here and hope to end up with something decent. I mean, if you could come up here and bump this 5, I mean that'd be pretty nice. But I would probably just try to go into the bottom of the 3 ball. Okay, well, thought he was a little bit thinner than that, so that's nice. He's gonna lock him up here, try to just freeze him up on the back of the 5 ball, and shoot the 3 through that gap. I would prefer not to leave the 3 that close to the pocket. This kind of becomes makeable here for Francisco. Sorry about the silence. My phone just started blowing up here 20 minutes ago. Okay. Big opportunity here. Hopefully he has an angle where he can run his cue ball past the side pocket. Kind of doesn't look like it. See what kind of angle he has here on the overhead. Looks kind of thin. Oh, it's really thin. Okay. He's going to need to try to swing his cue ball here. He wants to miss the 7 and like to come back out to, yeah, right. A little past where his cue ball is now would be pretty ideal. Okay. Maybe I saw that incorrectly. I thought that I thought that was makeable on the side. This is going to be difficult enough that I don't know if he's going to take it on. The shot isn't the entire problem. It's getting position on the 6 from here. If he makes the shot in the upper right, his cue ball is going to be going into the 8 most likely. And it's not going to be a good way to get on the 6 to get to the 7. So there's just a lot going on here with this shot. Looks like he's actually considering playing this to the upper left. Now he's okay. Now he's looking at safe. So looks like he's going to be trying to cross this 4 ball up this direction and get his cue ball back over behind cover up here. Oh, went a slightly different way. It's not going to get a cover at all, but speed was good. Rob called the 7 here. Not so sure about this. I mean, it's not the worst idea in the world. If he plays it, I don't know. He's just kind of leaving up the chance to get cover. I just kind of feel like he's going to be banking the 4 ball. The 4 ball probably run into the 8 or something like that if he hits the correct thickness to get into the 7. Okay, he went super soft at it. It's not going to work out real well. Not a great shot. I'm sure that he was trying to park the 4 ball up on the top rail there, just underhit it a touch, but was probably never going to get him hooked behind the 10 or had very little chance. Really nice shot right there. That was pretty far away. It's got a bit of angle here. His cue balls. Yeah, I don't know if he can roll it slow enough to hold for the 7 or if he can somehow stun through this gap and back out. We'll see what the plan is here. I think I like the stun shot here with the Yeah, like the left English right there. It's pretty nice. Still falling pretty thin on the 7 here, so be moving his cue ball quite a bit. Not sure what I love here. I mean, he's going to load this up with probably some left English. Path of the cue ball. I don't know. I'm just have to sit and watch. I don't. Hard to tell exactly what he's going to try to do. If the 7's not on the rail, he could use some outside here, but it's kind of hard to make it. He's going inside. He'd be doing good if he could run into the 9 ball here or something like that. That'd be pretty nice. He hasn't done that. This is the type of thing. You heard him let out a little exhausted, kind of frustrated breath over this position here. This is kind of tough, and this is kind of the line I was seeing here, which is why I didn't really know that if I love that shot. But like you have to try it. He called the lower right, but he's gonna be parking his cue ball behind the 9 here. That's the goal here. Done a pretty nice job of it. Wonder if Rob has enough of this to put a little bend on this ball. Curve it around. Sorry, that's kind of the wrong tool. I was thinking of like curving around the 9 a bit and trying to be kind of a big masse. If he elevates the back of his cue kind of up in the air, 45-degree angle, that's going to be what he's trying. Just I'm not sure. Yeah, that's a lot. This is about as much as he can see of the rail here. He is doing that. Problem with this is in order to get that masse to grab enough, you can't hit this very hard. You have to hit it kind of slow to get that curve to grab the cloth in time. And yeah, even if he makes contact, if he doesn't make it, he's going to leave a shot, almost guaranteed. Yeah, it was a nice try. It's just in a terrible spot there. It's like you almost just have to try to do that, but you're a huge underdog to pocket the ball and a big favorite to just sell out. Oh, you're banking and running out? Yeah, that's a good shot. Yeah, he got a little funny here. He's slightly on the wrong side of this. He's probably going to have to kind of stop his ball or maybe go forward a little bit and just accept. His cue ball might just come here, and he might just have to accept being out here, or he's going to try to stun it off the rail. Yeah, we'll see. There's not really enough angle here to force this off the rail very far, if you can. Maybe I'm not seeing it right. Okay, I just stopped his ball. So, yeah, nothing wrong with that. Well, a lot of body movement there. Not very comfortable. Rob's going to be a little frustrated about this roll, but should be happy to be having a chance to do something here. Curious to see what it's going to be. Honestly, well, he's looking at it like he wants to take this cut on. Man, that's awfully thin. Awfully thin, and very likely to leave the 10 sitting in front of the hole. Almost like the long rail bank back to near the cue ball where it is. You could thin this. You could try to clip the 10 thin on the left side, moving the 10 maybe this far, but with an extremely thin hit and try to just come back up table. That's a little dangerous. And too thick of a hit is, fatal error. It looks like maybe he's eyeballing up the long rail bank back to where it is. Well, hey, yeah, happy birthday is right. Extremely lucky roll right there. If you get a second, please take a second to hit the like button. Maybe give us a subscription. That'd be awesome. I looked at the at our numbers and realized we actually lost a like somehow. I apologize for whatever I did there. I think I heard him call something, but I didn't see. Just must be going for the one rail bank top left here. Maybe not. Yeah, he did. It's going to turn out all right. I'm not so sure that that was unplanned, so I'm not going to say he got lucky there. It turned out good. I think he may have been looking at something like that. Josh Filler has been popularizing those types of shot here as of late. I think I have to try to cut this in. Favoring, I may be trying to line up to the very thin side of the pocket here. Looks like he's using inside English here. It's whatever you're comfortable with is correct, I guess, but this is not my choice. That's a bummer. Hit it pretty good. Yeah, hit it pretty good. Sat up. Yeah, being a good sport about it. This match here is probably percentage-wise with the handicap figured in. It's got to be close to dead even right now. I mean, he's reeled in 5 of the 11 game head start. So they're both just a hair past the third of the way home. So still a coin flip and an excellent time to place a side bet if you're interested in that sort of thing. Offer one up in the chat. See if you can get a little sweat betting on this. It's kind of fun. $20, whatever. All right, dry break. Not a very easy table. Obviously, the 9-10 is a big problem. The 1's pretty easy. He's going to have to play a 2-5 combo if he's going to tackle the run out. 3 to the 4 is going to take a little bit with the 6 in the way right there. So, a lot of stuff to do here. Maybe I was seeing that wrong. I was a little bit surprised to see him take on that corner pocket shot instead of the side. That's not going to get there. Okay, pretty sure we're going to see the 2-5 combo attempted here. Rob still bemoaning his bad luck with that 10 ball sitting up in the pocket. he did kind of play it the way I was suggesting, the overcut. That's a risk. I always do that just because of friction, playing inside English with a top spin ball, not a very fast speed. There's a lot of cut induced throw onto that, so it tends to want to undercut to the short rail. So he overcompensated for it. That's a pretty nice shot. Not even sure that eight ball probably has the 2-rail pathway cut off. That's the 2-rail pathway is probably parallel to that line, so it'd be, yeah. This is tough. Does have to go 1 rail at it? This is very difficult to judge. I would say worst case scenario by breaking up that cluster, because now everything here has a pocket, and well, maybe the 7 still has a pocket. So this table just became runnable, but Rob is on 2 fouls right now. So actually, I think he is. Is that correct? So wouldn't be surprised to see Francisco try to take the easy way out here and just 3 foul him, but that doesn't guarantee you anything. Getting another safety here doesn't guarantee that you're going to win the game. Well, he did. He played it. There's some options here. There's a 1 rail path right through here. There's also a 2 rail path around the 8 ball, which appears to be what he's looking at, which looks something like this. He's doing the homework, the mapping it out, finding the halfway point between the 2 balls, drawing a line through this pocket. Then what you want to do is shoot parallel to that line. I've kind of mapped that out before, but that's the system for figuring this out. He called the 6 ball. Is that so? Okay, so yeah, I don't know about all this. This is too much. He's trying to come in 3 rails behind it. He's going to try to miss the 2 going in and hit it coming out. This is dangerous. That's the danger. With the speed you have to hit it, you lose accuracy. That's game over with the 3 fouls. You just got to make the hit there, man. You got to just make your 2 fouls. You got a reasonable chance of just coming up, hitting the bottom of the 2 ball and tying it up with a 9. Now he's frustrated. But that shot selection right there was a little. When you're on 2 fouls, you just got to make you just got to make the hit. I almost sounded like I was betting on him. I am not betting on him, but I'm honestly rooting for him. I'm probably not supposed to be, but I've never even met Rob in person, honestly, but we've been in a lot of contact via text and messenger and kind of working on some concepts. He's become a friend of sorts, a friend that I've never seen in person, but he's been extremely cool and generous to me. And, I'm volunteering a lot of time trying to help him grow his channel, trying to do my best with the commentary, all that, trying to, so I feel for him. And honestly, I just don't know Francisco. I'm sure he's a great guy, but I've never conversed with him in any way or any of that. So I'm, If I'm being honest, I'd like to see Rob win, but I'm still here to call balls and strikes and say if Francisco makes a nice out, I'm more than happy for him. It's fine. But it bums me out if when Rob loses a little bit, and I don't want to see him lose this kind of chunk of money. I just whatever. Yeah. Okay. A huge break for Rob right there. If that ball doesn't go in, Rob's probably got another reasonable chance of being 3 fouled again. Okay, just going to come off this thin. You just want to get a rail, just enough to get the rail. Okay. Pretty nice result. Good shot. If I'm looking at this right, he's going to have to load this up with a lot of spin and hit it very soft to get enough angle out of this. Well, that was a good hit. I wasn't seeing it exactly right. Good shot. That's right in the middle. Wow. Assuming this 3 goes by, he has a decent angle. Not a perfect one. May have to play short side on the 4, maybe. Looks like he's got an angle where if he was to draw his ball, it maybe looking to come back across this way. I'm not 100% sure. I could probably check the overhead camera, double check that. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. Yeah, he tried to kind of stun and load it up with some spin. Did not work out right. This cut shot is makeable, but I don't like it. Don't know what I like better either. This is not a good spot. Looks like he did call the cut, so he's going to turn his cue ball loose here, so we can flying back and forth a couple times. Yeah, hit it great. Hit it really nice. Still has some work to do here. I mean, he's pretty good. That's just straight in. That the ball's dead straight. So his only option is going forward or straight backwards. None of that is good to get from the 6 to the 7. I don't know what I would do, but it might be something like a stop shot or just pull it back a few inches. And if the 8 ball is not frozen to the rail, you might have to try to swing your cue ball around 3 rails and try to fall pretty heavy on the 8 in the upper right-hand corner. It's going to be a little bit of a tough shot, but if he's dead straight here, I don't know. I don't know what I like here. What I don't like is a soft shot here with a bunch of inside and trying to hold for position on the 8 down in this corner. That makes this shot difficult to pocket. He's got a pretty good angle to kind of dig down, draw his cue ball 2 rails around here and try to fall in on this side of the 8-ball here. But if that 8-ball's frozen, it gets hard to pocket up in the upper corner. Big risk of contacting this point of that side pocket. Looks like he is playing that shot I'm talking about for short side position. Yeah. The reason he ended up with a shot for this look is he didn't hit the ball fat enough. So I think if he would have pocketed the ball, he couldn't have held the cue ball above the 8 for a shot down in the lower right. He may have been trying to dig down and draw that with some inside to do so, but man, that makes pocketing that ball extremely difficult. Oh, missed that badly. Yeah, this is a little bit tricky as well. I think Rob may have to try to draw his ball back along this line right here for a shot in the side. Seems like it may be the easiest of the options. I don't know if he has enough. He can stun this with like a slightly above center stun shot to get his cue ball to the rail and back across some. He looks like he may be going full high ball and trying to spin like 3 rails forward. That's asking a lot. That's a bunch of pace. We'll see what he does here. This is going to be difficult with a high ball. Okay, he just accepted a long shot. That's fine. This is tough. This is a tough shot, but I like the decision not to try to do too much and just miss that 8-ball. Oh boy. Well, what to say about that? I mean, that was nowhere near. Anybody out there watching the UFC today? I'm curious what's happening in that. I'm not in front of my TV, so may not even started yet. I'm not sure. See if he gets these 2 and 6 balls going towards their respective side pockets. 2 straight in. Yeah, this is a big problem for Rob. Pretty makeable 1 ball here. I mean, slightly thin, but not a big problem. Should be able to hold his cue ball to the center of the table. Everything else Has multiple pockets to go to. You know what? I was just about to say that I don't see a good reason to try to mess with that. The 6 ball did pass the 9, and while you can make it easier that way to get from the 6 to the 7, you can also create a big problem for yourself. And I think that's what happened. He's probably going to need to jump this or put a little masse on it, I think. So, well, he's got a level cue here, so I guess he can still see this somewhat. I thought he hooked himself. That's going to go in behind. Oh, man. He's almost certain he's corner hooked at least. Oh, 100%. Man, let's see here. What would I try to do here? Yeah, I think he's looking there. It could be a 3 railer. He might be. Okay, now I have no idea what he's going to do. I'm seeing a possible 3 rail kick shot here. He's going 2. Well, he's going 3 long in behind this ball. What he's trying to do, come in like this and then clip this. Be hard to get a rail here. Man, he almost made a shot. Holy crap. What a shot. I've mentioned it before about him, and I suspect he has some 3-cushion billiards background of some sort. That's just an incredible shot he played there. The accuracy of that was pretty strong. I think Rob probably just has to roll this and play short side on the 6. Okay, gonna put it right in the gap here. I think if I was Rob from here, I'd be trying to park my cue ball behind the 6 by clipping the right side of the 5, sending my cue ball along this pathway and up here, and something like that. I think there is a path to get behind the 6 from here. He underhit that by a lot. Probably actually hit it too thick. This is what the problem is. Maybe. And he may have just been trying to get behind the 9 as well, which would have been fine. This is pretty tough position here. So he decided not to try it. And not sure if Rob can make this or not. It's pretty tight. Maybe able to kind of slow roll it with some right English and twist it in. If you could hit this thing kind of full in the face with a lot of right, it'll throw into the pocket. May not need to. Wow. Good shot. I don't know what it's going to happen next. The 7 doesn't pass the 8 or the 10. He's got too much angle on the 6 to drop in behind it for the 7 in the upper left, I think. There are no early 10s in this match, in case you it hasn't really come up yet, I don't think, but you don't win on a 10 ball combo here. Oh, he did have a good angle. He dropped in really nice. What a perfect shot right there. That was outstanding. I think I like going forward here on this shot and trying to get past the straight in line on this to make life a little bit easier. Looks like that's what he's doing. He'd like to get his cue ball up to about right here. And I missed that. Did perfect with the cue ball. Understandably frustrated. Yeah, Francisco's starting to come on strong here. Reel in this handicap. It's yeah, he's definitely gonna be the mathematical favorite here if he puts his 10 ball down. Rob is saying in the background that the 8 ball skidded on him a little bit. Maybe. It's a makeable 1 ball. It's hard to get your cue ball out of that little pocket up there behind the 4 and 7s. Be hard to avoid hitting the 4 while still maintaining a good shot on the 2. See what he does here. May have to load this up with some inside English and try to miss the 4. Even if he comes into the 7 ball, that wouldn't be the end of the world. Yeah, Rob's going to have to go rail first. That 9 ball is the size of a beach ball in this shot, if not the 4. But let's say you hit this rail first here and you catch this 5 as fat as you need to miss the 4 ball. You know, your 5 ball's running over here. I don't think you can miss the 4 and the 9 at the same time. So this is all kind of dangerous. He was trying to do a lot with that. That was the problem with the shot. He was trying to create something that probably wasn't really there. This table is laid out pretty nice for a run out now. Wouldn't be surprised to see him clear up here. It's interesting to see the ebbs and flows with the players building momentum, losing momentum, getting rolls, good rolls, bad rolls in these long races like this. Oh, he just made this really easy on himself. Just spin out 2 rails, try to fall in the dead center of the table, roughly, I think. That qualifies as pretty much dead center. A strong display by Francisco here. Obviously, confidence is brimming right now. He's won the last several games in a row. He's out percentage wise. He's well ahead of the spot now, the handicap. So he's in a good position here. Rob's going to need to do some special things here to try to wrestle some games back here. It's going to be hard for Rob to sustain winning more games, for an extended period of time against a player that's 105 points ahead of him in Fargo. So it's going to need to come up with something, probably some strategery moving. But again, Francisco's kicking game is very strong. So it's going to be hard to keep getting ball in hand for sure. His offensive play, his ball running ability is obviously pretty strong as well. And now his break is, that 9 ball was a big help to Rob here, because this could have very well been another run out. He hasn't not done it yet, but that 9 ball just came and really messed up the program for Francisco. If he falls good on it, this 2-9 combo is not out of the question. He didn't even try that. Pretty good shot right there. Unfortunately for him, he's got himself up over the 9 ball, but that's not a deal breaker. Just makes it tougher. The 4 ball does pass the 10 into the lower left. Not sure about if it passes the 9 or not. Okay. Rob will be getting back to the table here, I'm pretty sure. Might be kicking 4 rails to make a good hit, but he's going to be back to the table. Very nice shot there. Might have worked out okay. Good result for Rob. Oh, I didn't see the foul. Sorry. Now watch the replay. Still missed the foul. Jason Acevedo. PJ, I assume, is Francisco. Thanks for joining us. Uh-oh. Okay. Long distance, elevated over the top of the 9-ball a bit. Doesn't have to move his cue ball at all. Just has to get the 8-ball down, preferably with a stop shot, or don't know if he's going to go as wild as to try to draw his ball and get a little closer, but probably will want to back his cue ball up on the 9-ball shot some, so being way up there and another straight one, so yeah. Nice. Looked like he jumped sky high on that shot. He brought his head way up in the air during that stroke and still nailed it center cut right there. Very nice out here. So Francisco just crossed over the halfway point. Rob is still just a little shy of a third of the way home. So this is kind of looking bad. I mean, they're almost racing to. So Francisco needs 15. Rob needs 14. This match is looking bleak now for Rob with this skill gap. That is several games in a row for Francisco at this point. I don't remember. It's got to be probably at least 5. He may opt for a safety here. I don't see a point in trying to make the 1 and the 2 ball with the 3 where it is, but he might be able to kind of elevate and draw his cue ball back into the 3, separating those while also playing a safety here. Pretty sure that's what he was trying to do. Did not. Well, he's got robbed hooked. I don't think that was the way he was intending to do it, but will work. Rob may jump this. This is a long way to carry, but Rob has been known to try these. Rob's pretty good at the jump cue. I think if I was jumping at this ball, I don't think I would opt to break the cue down with that, with having to. He's also getting very vertical here. Don't know if that's necessary either, but I think when you're jumping that distance and you have to carry that far, that you don't need, your pull cue elevated that high, your jump cue. I think you can kind of lay the angle down a little bit flatter. Shoot like a, I don't know, 45-degree angle or something. He was way up near vertical. Okay, he's been looking for 3 fouls. He's going to lay this right behind, bury it up right behind the 5 ball here. Okay, good news for Rob is that he does have a 1 or 2 rail kick pathway. The bad news is that there's a. What is this? This doesn't. Man, this is a bad decision. Yeah, this is bad. You can't. I don't think this is even possible. If you come in tight of the 6 ball, you're going to hit the 3 before you hit the 2. This doesn't work. I think what he's trying to avoid, because he has a way to get in here and make contact. The problem is coming off the back of this 2 ball and scratching in the pocket is what he's worried about. This pathway here, I just don't. He's looking at something like this. Even if you can clear the 8 and get inside this, I mean, it'd be, yeah, maybe. Oh my! If that's what he was trying, I was wrong about what he was trying to do. But regardless, that was a great hit. Doesn't appear that Francisco has a shot at the 2 ball, but maybe he does. He does. That's bad news. With the exception of the size of the wager here, the pressure at some point is going to be almost completely off of Francisco, because the likelihood of Rob beating him in a race to 13 or 14 even money is like not super high. But I'm almost certain that Rob's going to continue trying every time he gets to the table. So that's all you can do. Now he's starting to just kind of freewheel. Back arms real loose. That could have been bad. He don't believe he's intending to run into that 9 ball, but as they say, that the pool gods know who's winning. Yep. So Rob's reiterating what I'm saying. This is a race to 14, even from this point forward. Be a uphill battle, to say the least, for Rob. Been a very good performance by Francisco. Quick reminder, if you're enjoying the match, feel free to give us a push on that like button, push on the subscribe button, hit that notification bell. I'm sure that we're going to be back in action next week sometime. Thank you, sir. Thanks for starting now. Yeah, okay. Standard start time for the UFC, so prelims starting right now. Okay, well, good news for Rob is he's got a gap here to make contact with the 3. be super helpful if he could see like the right side, the right hemisphere of the one ball. I don't think he can. Trying to twirl your cue ball back behind the three is very delicate. I'd probably hit this harder than hitting the one thin, trying to bank the one out here and sending my cue ball back down. Just trying to get behind the three ball. I mean, he hit the ball incredibly well. Good for him. Alan Ogren, thank you. Have I seen your name in the chat before? I don't recognize it. There's kind of a handful of regulars that converse with me in the chat. I appreciate you talking to me. I've been out here thinking and wondering if my voice is coming through or if anybody's out there. Apparently you've been listening for a little while. You heard me ask about the UFC. Probably long enough to have heard me mention the t-shirt drawing here. Not really a drawing, but we will be giving a nice organic cotton 11 ball TV t-shirt to our most generous super chat supporter. So the super chat function in the chat box there is the little $sign where you can send us a little tip to have a comment of yours highlighted and pinned in the chat. And if you want to make that a link to your local pool hall, or you wow. Okay, thank you, Jackie. Yes. Oh, is that Joel? That's Joel from the doubles match the other night, I'm assuming. Joel Oliveras Sulka. Okay. So thank you for participating in the chat as well. Makes it more interesting for me, more fun. Yeah, nice shooting in that doubles the other night. You guys play well together, you and Carlos. Carlos came and played pretty well yesterday. That was a fun match to watch. I know maybe you're we could probably have a language barrier. My understanding is that Francisco here and Joel and Carlos aren't fluent English speakers. Hopefully you understand me, welcoming you to the stream and to the chat. Thanks for entertaining us a few times. I like your game. You guys all play really good. As I was mentioning, there is a T-shirt available to the biggest super supporter, meaning the person who uses the super chat the most, and is the most generous of the day. We'll get it. So far, Mike Moore is in the lead with 2 cents shy of $15. How about this one? How about that first stroke? Sounded like half miscue, and he got dead perfect. Great shot. That's how you know your guy's feeling good, when he pulls that one on you. I got him good. About time. It's first wide open look Rob's had in several games. Rob was, the score was 11-6 at one point, so Francisco has won at least the last 6 consecutive games. Reminiscent of their most previous matchup. Apparently, this is about the 7th time they've played each other. I'm only aware of one other one besides this. That was my first time stumbling across the 11 ball TV stream, and that was just a couple of weeks ago. match in which Rob had a significant lead. Rob was on the hill. It was a 30-20 race. Rob was at 19-20 when I turned it on, and Francisco came back and won that match, won 10 straight games to win that match. Rob's starting to feel a little bit of deja vu here. Rob's in a difficult spot. You know, he's a significantly lower rated player than Francisco is, so he's got basically a big tiger by the tail, and now they're playing an even race to 14. Yeah, I hear you, Joel. Yeah, last time I didn't catch the entire match last time. I was actually oh no. I was actually in the midst of doing commentary on that doubles match when I got a message from Patrick Nix asking me if I wanted to join him doing commentary on the big one pocket match going on in San Antonio between Chip Compton and Gabe Martinez. That was $100,000 in the middle. So I tried to arrange with Matt Walker for coverage, and he did come in for a bit and cover me. But I had a lot of fun doing that one pocket match. As far as I can tell, you and Carlos and Francisco are all very good players and great sportsmen. I don't see any antics out of any that so it's a lot of fun to watch. I just appreciate all that. All perfect gentlemen and very good players. Yeah, Rob's vocalizing a little bit of frustration. Not sure if it's coming through on the YouTube feed or whatever. I'd have to assume so. I was told at one point that the room audio comes through better through the Evo to the commentator than it does escaping out to the YouTube audience. So I'm not sure, but if there are children nearby, earmuffs. Rob is venting a little bit of frustration. Yeah. Easy safe, they're saying. So Francisco has called the bank on the one ball. Probably playing it. I mean, not a good reason not to. Position for the three is laying good. Chance of running into the ball and getting perfect. So, yeah, Rob would be moaning that. So, I feel bad for him. I honestly do. It's but this is what happens when you hunt the big game. Sometimes you get gored. Rob, I admire his fortitude and his heart and all that, stepping up to guys like Francisco and Victor and Jorge Bermudez and who else? Richard Manrique, all very strong players. When you play gunslinger like this, you got to expect to get shot at quite a bit. Starting to resemble a practice session. He's very loose. He's going to catch it. You know, he's already caught a nice fat gear. It may get worse. You know, reality says that something would have to go incredibly wrong for Rob to come back and win this with this many games left for both players to play. No, I'm not signed up for the tournament in July. I don't even know what about it. Is there a Fargo cap on that tournament? I haven't really heard about it. Is that Mob or somebody? Who's promoting that tournament? Do you know? I mean, that's pretty coming up pretty close. It'd be fun. Okay. Got himself a perfect angle here. Let's swing his cue ball around like this. Somewhere down here. I'll just leave the lines there, see how he does it. It'll look something like that. $12.50 Fargo cap, Jack Marino. So it's Mob Productions. Jack running that. 80 teams. Holy mackerel! Bar table, or it's probably a bar table tournament, I'm guessing. 80 teams. What a big tournament. What's the entry fee? Well, the bleeding has slowed from arterial squirting to just a steady drip, a steady flow. So that's one twist of the tourniquet right there. $1,000 per team. Yeah, that's what's the game? 8 ball, 10 ball. I gotta look it up. I should be getting notified of these. I probably saw it and just kind of let it pass me by, but I'm supposed to know about this. $12.50, man. I could play with a. Who could I play with? 6-13 or so. That'd be pretty fun. Oh boy, is that dry? It is dry. Bad news. 10 ball, race to 7 on both sides, and race to 9 in the final. That would be a bunch of fun. You play with Carlos, I assume. Carlos is what, a 652? So you got to be a 598. Man, you guys are right up against the cap or so. I have to look you up here real quick. $599. You must have moved up 1 point since you signed up. You guys are 1 point over the cap right now. I'm going to call Jack and have you disqualified. I'm just kidding. Okay, well, he fell pretty thin on this 3-ball. It's probably very cuttable. 4 is kind of tucked away here. I don't know what he's going to do. Is he going to try to go inside English and go into this somehow? Yeah. Your Fargo must have gone up at least 1 point since the sign up then. Look at this. This is going to, does that go through the gap into that corner pocket? Rob's going to lose his mind. Yeah, I don't think so. Pretty difficult here. 7 ball makes this pretty tough. Right. But generally with mob, you have to be below the level at the time you sign up, or he will not let you usually. Oh, what's he doing here? I don't like moving that 9 ball. That was kind of the only thing covering up the 6 there. All right, awesome. I want to thank everybody for joining us once again. You know, we got a decent turnout here, 50 viewers watching. We just recently picked up one more subscription. I highly encourage that. If that subscribe button's free, so is a like. So we appreciate all that help. All that helps us out tremendously, as well as the super chat feature. Super chat feature is a great way to help us support this channel. And if you use the super chat and turn out to be the most generous of the day, you will be sent a free 11 ball TV T-shirt. Really nice shirts, 100% organic cotton, no polyester, nice and soft. They fit great. They look cool. The logo's super cool. So far, the leading super chat supporter is Mike Moore with $14.98. That's going to sit up again. Uh-oh. Rob's on the comeback trail. Very nice shot. That was not as easy as it looked. Digging those balls out when they're kind of deep in the corner pockets right there. It's kind of hard to control your cue ball. So got himself a very nice angle, shooting down the rail. And these pockets are tight, so you got to hit this clean, but you don't need to do a lot here. Just center ball, stun straight across table. Try to get yourself dead straight into the 9 if you possibly can. Oh, it's pretty good. A little bit of angle here. Significant angle. I would probably consider trying to come across and fall for the 10 here from this point right here. I'd probably play this. Maybe hit the second rail, maybe not. What I wouldn't do is try to slow roll this and twist it in and hold my ball. It's a recipe for undercutting this. I like to put a nice positive stroke on this, bear down on the contact point right there, and put a nice stroke on the cue ball so you don't throw your ball off with friction or spin. He's hitting a high ball here. I'm a little concerned. Hopefully he's not hitting it extremely soft. Very nice shot. Well done. Still want to go through your entire pre-shot routine, get yourself mentally prepared. Like, you know, this table is tough, so you just gotta, you know, cross the T's and dot the I's on every shot right here. If you take a shot off and think that you can afford to just kind of fling that cue ball in the general direction, you're gonna pay for it at some point on this table. Yeah, Joel, they're pretty strict. I like it. I like when there's something written in the rule book that I don't like them using discretion to let somebody slide by, you know, whatever. I think if it's written like in the if it's posted as a rule in the announcement for the tournament, they should be stuck with. And I like that they just stick with it and they do what they say. They run a really good tournament too. Mob Productions does a great job of running those big tournaments and efficiently and getting them over with. It's tough because 80 teams on a what are there like 11 bar tables at Griff's? I'm assuming this is at Griff's, or is this going to be at with 80 teams? I can almost see them doing like the rum runner and putters or something, some combination. Is that right? Where are they holding the tournament? There almost may not be enough bar tables at Griff's to host a tournament with 80 players in a reasonable amount of time. Of course, putters and what am I saying? Putters and rum runner don't have enough tables, as many tables combined as Griff's does. So maybe it is at Griff's. Okay, another opportunity for Rob here. I think I would probably just try to bank this one ball and tie it up with a 6. Try to keep the 5 in between the cue ball and the one ball or something. I wouldn't go do too much with this shot. It's probably about what he had in mind. Francisco has just called the one ball. He's going to have to float this pretty soft to maintain if he's thinking about maintaining a shot on the 2 here. Yeah, he did, but got to play the two-way shot there. That's fine. Really. What I might do here is look to kick through this gap. See if I can just come here and just touch this. Just get a rail. Try to tangle up the 1 in the cue ball here down on there in that corner. Maybe hit the bottom side of the 1. So I'm just with the knowledge that the 1 can't be shot up into this corner past the 8 and 6 or something like that. I like this. Real soft here. I don't like firing this a million miles an hour. He looks like he's winding up for a big one. Again, that was the worst case scenario, opening up that 2-ball too. Yeah, you lose accuracy trying to hit those with a lot of pace, and you didn't need to. This is going to be a difficult out here. This would be impressive if he clears up having to this shot. Great shot. But if you remember, the 1 ball was here, 2 ball up here, 3 ball back down, 4 ball back up there. So it's a lot of moving the cue ball. 6 is a little bit tangled up. So bunch of work to do here. It'd be pretty impressive if he clears up here. He's all right. Felt a little bit too straight here, but he looked like he thought he might scratch. Looks like he believes he has enough angle to work with. Oh no, just rolling it in. That makes me think he may have been considering playing safe and try to drop his cue ball in this gap or behind the 6. It's still a possibility, but yeah, looks like he's probably going to try to drop this right in behind the 6 tight. Didn't get super tight here, so actually easy hit with a jump cue. Got to be careful. If you clip this part of the 5 ball, the cue ball could track this direction here. You hit the other side of it, it could also scratch in this corner. So I mean, you might as well just try to hit this full in the face if you can. There's some risk here. Almost certain to make a good contact at first, but where the cue ball goes is up in the air a little bit. Okay, nice hit. Okay, he's called the 9 ball, so then it makes me think he's not going to try to make it, but I think he's going to try to drop his cue ball in here and send the 5 around table. He's calling this just in case he hits the 9, which he didn't get close to, but played a beautiful cue ball right there. Very, very nice shot. This is a big problem for Rob here. If I'm gathering what he called the 5 ball. Yeah, this isn't even possible, I don't believe. I think he's hoping to come in super tight, come off this rail, and come back and pocket the 5, but that was basically impossible. I'm gonna step away for a couple of minutes. Be right back. All right. Sorry about that. Had to grab a quick bite. Nice shot. Hey, Joel, have you ever played Rob on this table? All right. Well, he felt a little bit thin on this 8-ball. Gonna have to move his cue ball quite a bit. Take a look at the other camera angle here. Yeah, this is it's a little tough. Like maybe with a real nice stroke, you could pull this down with a bunch of bottom English and hope to get to about here. Pretty good shot. Not going to love his position too much, but should probably consider playing safe here. Feel like you could kind of bake your 9 this way and just kind of hold your cue ball behind the 10, something like that. Could also hit this. Yeah, that's a little tough. Maybe if you hit it really thin, just moving the 9-ball a little bit this way, you could probably get his cue ball out here. I don't know. Awkward spot here. Can't reach it very well, no matter what you do. He's calling the cut shot here. This is gonna need a good shot here. Makeable, very thin, not very easy with the bridge. Oh boy, it's gonna scratch past it. How brutal. They thought he made it there for a second. It looked like he hit it pretty good. Well, everything's in the open, no clusters. Still not a very easy run out, especially under the circumstances. Starting with this kind of long straight one with your cue ball stuck to the rail. You hit it really nice. Wonder if he can draw and stay above the 9 ball here. Should be able to with a nice smooth stroke. Yeah, nice shot. Really good hit. Still fighting. Y'all can't just let Mike Moore take that t-shirt for $15, can you? Wow. What a shot. Perfect position. Boy, that was really nice. I think he's got a good angle. I think he would probably like to park his cue ball right about here. Oh, that didn't happen at all. I think he just made it awfully tough on himself to run out here. Mary Lynn Harrison coming through with a super chat. Thank you so much. Well, you've been extremely generous with us every stream. So we appreciate it so much. And over on that one a little bit. Well, thank you so much. I try to pass a message or two along to you through Rob, but apparently either he hasn't mentioned it or you're just ignoring it. But you've already done so much, really not necessary. But thank you. Another very good out by Francisco there. Okay. This is a pretty nice layout for Rob here. Dry break. Again, everything has a pocket here. Fell in slightly on the wrong side of this to make it easy anyway. You can still workable. Okay. I'm pretty sure that I would play this off the 6 here. That'd be hard to miss. Just stop your cue ball. Six on the same shot. Let's call him a 3. And it looks like he's just thinking about cutting it directly in. Maybe he doesn't like it. Maybe he feels like the 3 is going to creep forward after the contact and maybe hit the point, like he's unsure about it. I'll defer to him. He's looking at it from the real life angle. No, he is playing it off the 6 here. Oh. Of course, that 5 ball has to bump up and put him up in the trees. He's a little bit on the bad side of the 4 here. This just became kind of difficult. He's going to be pretty severely elevated over the top of the 5 ball, shooting the 4. Probably going to have to draw his ball. Which makes that elevation a little bit more extreme. I tell you, I I might just try to draw into the 6, not get wild and like play shape for the 5 on the side. I might just try to bump into the 6 and play the 5 in the corner from here. It's kind of the concept of just taking what the table gives you. You try too much, especially on a table this tight. Okay, he went the safety option. I don't think he's going to get safe. He's probably left an edge, maybe even a makeable shot to the upper right. Wayne. Oh, man, we got a new winner, a new leader for the T-shirt. I can't see your name. It's just Wayne? That's it? Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. I mean, cool if you could have taken advantage of the opportunity to leave a message in that super chat and post a link or shout somebody out. But nonetheless, greatly appreciated. And you're now the new front runner to win the 11 ball TV T-shirt. Not over yet. Still a lot of pool to play here today. But thank you very much. It's insanely appreciated and very helpful to this channel. All right, got you. Oh, it's Wayne Swanson. Okay. Yeah, you know what? I kind of agree with you. With the pros, you just know they're going to get out. This adds a lot more drama to the thing. You know what I mean? When they get a wide open shot, it's just shocking when they don't run out. But this one, there's a lot of ebbs and flows. You know, there's drama. You're tense because you know that there could be a miss kind of at any time. You know what I mean? And that really adds to the edge of the seat feeling. Yeah, hate to see it. Those shots from long distance are just not easy. You know, he didn't really threaten the pocket that much, but that just gives you some appreciation for the pros, as we were talking about how consistent they are playing on very tight equipment, and that's where all the work goes on the fundamentals and the straight swing and all of that really shows through. That's just the difference between good players and great players, just the consistency, the mechanics, being reliable. Okay, well, this ball here is cuttable. Rob will probably just kind of hold this 2 rails. I think it's doable, cutting the ball here and running his cue ball out this direction for a shot. It's I'd have to be looking at it from his angle to know. I don't really like rolling balls slow, particularly kind of thinner cut shots. So there's a chance I could swing this around the 7 ball 4 rails, but this is probably fine. Just think he's probably going to hit it kind of soft. That's the risk, though. That undercut, the softer the contact between the two balls, the more friction takes over. Not that I'm not saying that he was lined up exactly right on that one to begin with, but it's just the reason I favor shooting firmer over soft. I can't stand rolling balls for that reason. It's just you're just trying to overcome too much of the world of physics right there. That one nearly sat up. Yeah, mentioned earlier, full transparency. I am kind of rooting for Rob. I just know him a little better than I do Francisco, so it does kind of hurt a little bit to see him, struggle. So, oh, this one got away a little. It's not bad enough to make it a big problem, but this became mildly missable. Unfortunately for Rob, the cue ball path is pretty natural for a good shot on the 10 ball. So if he makes that here, I kind of see his cue ball coming up here and back, and back out like this for a shot on the side. He may not do all that, but I just see that. It's like if he makes this 9 ball in the bottom right corner, there's like no risk of a scratch in the upper left or any of that. It's going wider, so you can just focus on the pot and the speed and not worry about manipulating your cue ball to avoid any pockets, because there are none in the natural path. You'd have to miss this ball to scratch somewhere. It's just perfect. Nearly good enough to call it good. So getting back to it, yeah. I mean, I might be falling a little bit quiet here. I have been sitting here for, I don't know, over 6 hours so far. We're still several hours away from the end of this match, most likely. So I got to pace myself. But also, it does sting a little bit to see Rob struggling. You want to see him do well. Yeah. Trying to hear what he's saying. Said something about the 9 ball shot. Like maybe for him, he's saying the 9 ball shot for him is maybe kind of easy or natural, like maybe like I was explaining. I didn't hear what Rob said, if anything, to initiate that conversation. It might have been like commenting on how he kind of seemed to turn the cue ball loose a little bit, but that wasn't loose. That cue ball path was basically set in stone as long as you come anywhere near pocketing that 9 ball. That's just all pure speculation on what he might have said too. I'm not, I'm just guessing. From here, if I'm Francisco, I'm going to try to get my cue ball over here behind the 4, which kind of lays good to move the 1 ball back and over this direction. So, well, he's going a different way. He's hitting the right side of the 4 of the 1 ball, trying to get behind the 5. Okay, I didn't like that as much. Even if Rob can't see this, he's got a pretty easy jump hit here. And again, I was kind of trying to favor if I'm playing a safety, I try to favor the shot that that still leaves a difficult or a bank shot of some sort if I don't get my cue ball behind the ball that I'm trying to hide behind. So in this case, he came dangerously well. He did leave a look with a level cue at that ball, so that could have very well been a makeable shot there. It's like Francisco's dusting off the jump cue for maybe the second time or so in this match. His kicking has been phenomenal. Still cementing my assumption that he's probably got some three cushion. Hey, if Joel Oliveris is still in the chat, does Francisco play three cushion or have a lot of three cushion background? If you know, maybe other people in the chat might know if he does or not. Maybe Victor's lurking out there or something. He may know. Maybe Wayne knows. I don't know. If I'm not mistaken, Wayne is local to Salt Lake City as well. Is that true? I'm not talking about specifically three rail shots. I just wondered if he has a three cushion billiards background. It's a different game. Have you ever seen the tables that don't have any pockets on them? The object of that game is there's only three balls. It's only played with three balls, like a white, a yellow, and a red. And one player gets the white for the cue ball, and the other player gets the yellow for the cue ball. And the object is to basically contact one of the other balls on the table with your cue ball, sending your cue ball three cushions, and then making contact with the other ball on the table. So there's multiple ways to accomplish that for a legal shot, but that's the game. I don't know if you've ever seen it or whatever, but yeah, his kicking game leads me, the way he kicks, the way he seems to know the diamond system and all that just leads me to think, and also his stance and stroke kind of, I don't know if you can tell, say, when a player grew up playing snooker or something by the way they stand and the way they kind of address the ball and all that. And you can kind of tell the same with a three cushion player sometimes. And I see hints of the three cushion background in Francisco's game. I was just wondering if I was right about that. Yeah, well, that'll happen. He's a very good player. Probably kicked my butt too. More often than not, anyway. If I was playing him on a stream for $7,500, I don't know that I would fare any better than Rob is right now, and my Fargo is noticeably higher than Rob's. So good out there. I like seeing that from Rob. Okay. Hit that break a little bit too hard. Both of the second row balls kind of went long of the side pocket again. That kind of makes me believe he just put a hair too much speed into that break, but the one ball came right up where he wants it to. Unfortunately, the 8 balls jumped up and got in his way. Okay, Rob's going to call the kick shot here. This is, I don't know. I don't know what the right move is. It's tough to play against a guy who's this strong because again, when you get into the push out game, person who's pushing out is tends to be at a disadvantage anyway, even if the skill levels are equal. Because the guy coming to the table with the choice has already got an edge there. But when you're playing another guy who knows all the same moves you do and has a very good cue ball control, it's hard to win the push out game. It's going to be hard for Rob to outsmart this guy. Rob does seem to be a little bit more comfortable with the jump cue, but when sorry about that. There's a message on my phone. Yeah, Rob's one edge might be the jump cue, but when the one ball's just dangling in the pocket like that, the push out game is pretty rough. If I was Rob, I may have made a call to push out and made a combination to pocket the one, and now we're looking at where the 3 ball is for the strategy, and that might have been the way to go. Okay, well, at least Rob has a look and pretty easy safety opportunity. I don't know if he's going to use it. Might be tempted to go after this bank or something. I would just kind of hit the soft and use that wall of 3 balls right there as blockers. This is going to be he's going to leave this right in the window. Not going to be happy about this one. Don't know if you heard that. He just kind of mentioned that everything's going Francisco's way. Right now it is. My philosophy is kind of hard to call that a bad roll when you hit the balls and nothing went off. The balls just kind of went where you hit them to. Seems like a low percentage chance for that to fall in that window right there, but it did. It's not. Okay, well, he's going to get another look. Just barely. I don't think he doesn't have enough of this ball to make it, but he doesn't have to overcut it and get safe. I would use a lot of left English and try to get my key ball back up behind the 9 and try not to scratch there. Well done. Francisco just called the 4, so I believe he's going to just be going to the rail here, trying to. Yeah, my drawing tool didn't work for a second there. Oh dear. I can't tell you how good a shot that was from how far away from that pocket and far away from the rail that 4 ball was. That was just amazing right there. Dagger to Rob's heart too. I mean, good position here. That was a crushing blow right there. Because Rob did play a good shot. Another example of just the accuracy of Francisco's kicking game. And some funny messages right now. Generally speaking, I don't think, not that it's going to be a problem here, but I don't know if you noticed there when Francisco was down at the ball and then got kind of halfway back up and adjusted his bridge and his grip or whatever. The conventional wisdom is that if you uncomfortable with something and you need to make an adjustment, that it's better to stand all the way back up and kind of start your whole pre-shot routine all over again on a shot that's kind of that basic. Maybe obviously not totally necessary, but just a helpful hint for some of the folks out there. You don't want to be kind of between minds or uncomfortable with something and make a kind of half-assed adjustment in the middle of your shot without kind of backing all the way off and then committing to the new whatever the new situation that you're going to be comfortable with and starting your entire routine again, usually with, stepping away for a second, realigning your feet, re-chalking the cue, all that, whatever you do to prepare yourself for a shot should kind of be started over from step 1 again, generally. I might go visit Rob just to listen to music with him. His taste in music is similar to mine. I like some Chris Stapleton and Tyler Childers as well. Well, curious what the plan is for the 5 and 8 here, because obviously that's a problem. The 5-8 combination might be makeable down in the lower right, but getting on it from the 4 ball. Well, he kind of has an angle where he could, if you want to try it, he could try to get bank shape, which maybe it's kind of about where he is a reasonable bank shape. I don't know. Don't know what his plan is, but look at this. Look at this. Well, seems bad, like it was unlucky, but that combination looks like it just got a little bit better for him. It was an outstanding shot with a great cue ball to go in there and try to go into that, try to make something happen. Looks like he's ready to try to stop outmaneuvering and just make something happen. Now he's playing safe here. Okay, I got no problem with this. Just make sure you hit it soft enough. He just missed it altogether. He's going for thin instead of soft. It's probably going to be buried behind the 8. I have a feeling. Francisco's going to clear this 5 ball out, three rails around the table, and just let his cue ball release just a little bit up behind, tuck it behind the 8 ball here. Well, probably just good enough. Okay, going airborne again. This interfering ball's a little bit closer than I like to try to jump over, but he's better with the jump cue than I am, clearly. Yeah. Well, the one saving grace is that it looks like Francisco's going to have to go cushion first if he wants to pocket this ball, which will look like something like this. The only what Rob is hoping for is he clips off the 5 and comes out here and maybe gets tangled up with the 8 and leaves himself very difficult for the 6 ball. Something like that, or somehow otherwise gets out of line. Maybe comes in deep and there could be a scratch on this side or something like this. Oh, never mind. He did not have to go rail first, so he mass ate it and put some curve on it. He's probably just going to go ahead and shoot at this. No, he's not going to shoot at this. So this will be, he's calling the 6 in the upper left-hand corner. He's probably not really going to play it. His plan is actually to just come in a little tighter than that and send the 6 back to this rail here and then go forward and run his cue ball down table like this. And he hit it absolutely perfect. This is another great shot. Smart thing to do playing 10 ball. Hey, Michaelis is back. Another recent t-shirt winner. I don't know if he's going to allow Wayne Swanson to nab another 11 ball t-shirt out from under him for only $15. Oh, gonna have to let this open up quite a bit. Nice hit. He might get no. Okay, he might get a little bit of love here. Not quite. Looks like this is still just makeable. I love it every time. This is a standard introduction. Hill, baby. That's fun. Thanks for coming back by and joining us and getting in the chat. It's fun to interact. This match is starting to bear some resemblance to the second meeting between Rob and Victor Kakuza. Not quite as one-sided yet, but still, Francisco's really starting to run away with this one. Well, yeah, big trouble. Have they marked the score yet, or is it 23 or 24? I think, yeah, it's 24. So this is now an 11-7 race. So from here, Rob has to win 11 games to 6. It's going to be a big challenge. Yeah, Michael, as he is getting through the cue ball, his stroke is nice. He's Jorge Bermudez, the other one that can't be Rob. Well, Rob can be tough, yeah, but yeah, I hear you. I might struggle with it myself. He called something. Is he going? Is he banking this cross side or no? Well, again, hooked again. I like his chances of definitely has a significant chance of making this 3 ball here. Not easy from this far away. Yeah, Michael, he is tough. He is a grinder. He's got a lot of heart, a lot of fortitude, and he's still fighting here. He's fighting a very, very uphill battle. Oh boy. And he is very frustrated. He is unfortunately messaged me on the side. I'd love to see him keep his phone off while they're in some of these big matches, but he is there in the yeah, he's bemoaning his misfortune here, saying that Francisco he is running pretty good. He's also playing extremely well. I tried to step in as Rob's negotiation agent on 1 or 2 occasions, and kind of falls on deaf ears a little bit. I would like to see him kind of stick down to playing guys who are going to give him some opportunities, a little bit more often. Victor is just extremely strong. Francisco's very strong. So, I mean, that can wear on you. Getting shot at that hard can kind of break you down. I think he's holding up well. I still don't think Rob is playing very poorly for his rating or his level, but I'll tell you, I would probably be completely unable to hit the other end of the table with the cue ball at this point. With the kind of entry fee that this 2-man tournament comes with, and the way things have been going, believe me, it's easy to start feeling a little defeated. Rob will definitely be banking at this. Okay, I'm wrong again. Is it cut? They're playing safe. Wow. That was a beauty of a shot right there. Out. I don't often use the word impossible, but this is going to be an insanely difficult hit here. Unless he thinks he has a way through this gap here. That's very snug. Yeah. When your cue ball starts this close to one of the cushions, uh, I don't like this either. He's going to have to go this way. Okay, he's calling the 5 ball in the upper right-hand corner right there. This is an absolute lockup safety. This is where you have to call an attorney because you're in jail. Rob got rewarded for that great safety. Still got some. Still going to have a very good cue ball to, especially the 4 to the 5 is going to be particularly challenging. 3 to the 4 might not be that easy with the 3 in the jaws like that. So he's looking to see where he wants to be to get from the 4 to the 5. I don't know. It's very tough. You almost can't get any better than that. I still don't know if it's good enough. 8 ball here is also a big problem. And the 8 and the 9 are both keeping him from being able to get his cue ball out of that corner. He's got a good angle now to go forward like this, but that 8 ball just might be hindering that, depending on exactly what the angle is here. Wow, hit it great. Hit that ball beautifully. This just got pretty tough. He's saying he's straight in too. That's pretty brutal. Yeah, he's frustrated by that. Oh boy. Well, I think you have to just roll this in and prepare yourself to play safe on the 8 ball. I guess. I mean, if you want to try to elevate, jack up, and draw this ball back, I mean, draw it all the way back. This is no picnic. I mean, that would be some championship caliber shot. Just to get the set ball down, trying to do that would be near miraculous enough. He's very frustrated by the fact that he landed dead straight here. Michaelis, I hear what you say about the cross bank, but avoiding a double when you're this straight into the pocket, avoiding the double kiss is also very tough. So you got that to look forward to. And if you catch that double kiss, I mean, you should assume that you're going to lose the game. I think you got to roll this in and try to play safe on the 8, tucking your cue ball in behind the 9 somewhere. Okay, well, he's left a shot here. How thin is this? This might still be tricky. It's a little bit thin. Might be doing really good if he could keep his cue ball like where it is now. Seems a little bit hard to do. He might be going back and forth. Yeah, very good. Well, I say very good, but now it's a little bit straighter than you want to be. This is going to take a little bit of a stroke to pop your cue ball up high enough. He's going to have to get into this a little bit with really like a big stun shot, try to pop it straight up table with some center ball. That's going to piss him off real bad. This game is just freaking hard. Angles are a big deal. If you want to be able to run out consistently, you have to have the correct angle. That's another big difference between the great players and just good ones, is that they're just always on the right side of the ball with enough angle. Everything's natural. It's kind of a long-standing joke. You're watching somebody play. It's like you can't tell if they play good because he hasn't had a hard shot in 2 hours. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, just soft roll this up and bump it up against the 10 ball, tie it up. I mean, just let him do something. Who knows? Port Chester Mickey has never had a hard shot. Is that right? Yeah. 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 Don't know about this. Well, I don't dislike it. Your guy comes with this one and gets shape. He's just, congratulations. He earned it. Yeah, he's playing the safety here. Called the side pocket. Cue ball is his plan is to park his cue ball right here. And he will be clearing to do that. He'll be clearing the golly. Just gonna send the 9 ball around the rails. Try to leave it up table and just stick him right under that 10 ball. Yeah, hit the wrong side of it slightly. Still gonna get away with it though. Like, yeah, not exactly. I just have to go after this, try to get on the short side. He's gonna probably have to play the 10 ball in the same pocket from here. Gotta watch a scratch in the lower left. Gotta watch a scratch in the lower left. It's too firm, but hey, great shot. Did a great job to pocket that. He's in no man's land here. There's no cross side bank. I don't know what the move is. Probably just try to lay this up in the middle of the other end rail, I guess. Pretty good speed. Okay, well, he just called it. He's going after the cut shot here. This is the first super difficult 10 ball I've seen him tackle so far. He's been ducking when I expect him to go after it, even though he's got a massive lead. Smart though. No air. Don't give up any air. It just drains it like it's nothing. There's a couple schools of thought on Rob vocalizing his frustration and yeah, and this like he's very frustrated, kind of letting some stuff out here. Yeah, I don't know. Whoops. Wow. I don't know that I'd consider it 100% fair to your opponent, even though they're the one sitting there beating you like a rented mule. If it's fair to them for you to, you know, kind of vocalize to them how good they're running, how bad you're running, all that. It's yeah. There's a couple schools of thought on whether that's good sportsmanship. Some guys love it. Francisco very well might be one of the guys that's thriving on this and just loving the fact that Rob's in that state of mind because it's probably going to be detrimental to his game that he's feeling this way. So that's fine. You know what I mean? It's just I'm not criticizing one way or the other, just bringing it up. It's something that's going on the screen, so I'm going to talk about it. Not gonna. I don't know. I'm torn. Whatever. If it doesn't bother Francisco, it's certainly not going to bother me. Green Acres. All right. How you doing? I don't recognize your name from past streams. I've done commentary on several 11 ball TV streams now. I don't remember seeing you in the chat. Welcome. Thank you. Thank you for putting your comments in the chat. Sorry, voice going a little bit hoarse. All right, try that again. Do a little water. Might consider playing just playing shape for the corner pocket. Golly, I hate that. That'd be, for this corner, just come out far enough for that. If you try to come out far enough for the side, you risk, first of all, getting behind the 6 ball. And if you get a funny angle on the 5, like this is kind of funny. It's having to go up table and back or whatever. All right. He chose an even easier solution. Yeah, these things are a grind. Whoa. Yeah, we're coming up on 7 hours in, and I'd be willing to bet we still have at least an hour and a half left. That's almost as Francisco wins every single game from here. Oh, that's not going to be okay. That got just far enough to at least be challenging. Thought he was going to lay that right up in front of the side. You say ouch as if he's in deep trouble now. Rob is no longer able to contain his inner monologue. It's funny. It's not funny. I feel bad. I do feel terrible. I mean, this is a lot of money. If I was in this spot, I mean, I just can't bet this much money. It would be very irresponsible of me in my position in life. But if I was and it was going like this, well, I mean, I would be, I don't know, I'd be feeling a lot of turmoil inside. I could say that. So I'm not saying it's funny, but the things he's saying, I'm just having a little bit of fun with it. He's being very vocal about it, calling loudly for his opponent to scratch and stuff like that. You probably can't really place the ball any better with your hand than you put it right there. You probably wouldn't mind coming one rail and just nudging the 10 out of the way right here. Looks like it lays pretty good to get close to doing that. It'd be risky, but he hit it perfect anyway. Now it's got some angle here. He might opt to draw over here and just back, and he doesn't need to get all the way back over to straight in. Like where the end of my line is right there would be perfectly acceptable. He got into that too much. That was a weird shot. Surprising to see that. Be playing safe here. Probably just knock the 9 right down to here. I'm guessing, unless he just feeling invincible and wants to shoot at this. Didn't hit that as hard as he would like. I don't know what the answer is for Rob here. I almost feel like you got to shoot at it. But then again, it feels like a flyer. It might, it's a very tough shot. And seems the way things are going that if he's to miss it, it's probably going to lay up right in front of some hole someplace. And it's going to be very frustrating. But I don't know if it's the right shot or not. But at this point, something needs to change here. He's not getting the better of all the safety exchanges. His opponent's just kind of putting more distance between himself and Rob. So, and the safety is very difficult. So this is bad news right here. This is very makeable right here. Hit the point. Oh, yeah. Could have hurt him, but didn't. Oh boy. Well, he is going to have to find a gap. Marlene Medina Sandoval, welcome. Bienvenidos. Yeah, there's kind of a wall of balls surrounding the two. He's just gonna have to find a gap. There is a chance of him getting hooked here somehow. Kind of like this. Okay, he's called the two. I think he's gonna go to the long rail first again. This is pretty thin. This hit it really well. Damn near made it. And again, although this shot is dangling in the jaws, it's not easy. It's not easy to control your cue ball and get it where you need it. So it's going to need a good shot here. Probably draw out and shoot the three in the same pocket, something like that. No. Well, I guess it depends on if the four passes the 10 on what I do here. If it does pass the 10, I might attempt to just cut this in the side. That pocket is pretty small from here, though. It doesn't appear that the four passes the 10, so I might do something different. He went for the corner, hit it pretty good. I mean, hit it incredibly good. I would say that could be a game winner, but that 8-ball is a little bit hidden away. It's not easy. And if you get on the wrong side of it to where even if you can make it in the side, if your cue ball is going into the 10 and down here, it's going to be tough to get a good shot on the 9. Oh, man. I think I like going the other way better than this. Yeah, that worked out okay. I was a little concerned about that. I thought he might just shoot the 4 directly up here and run his cue ball, and hopefully it's a kind of behind those 2 balls. But honestly, I don't think he was attempting to run into the 10 ball with his 5 ball there. So this is a little bit fortunate. I could be wrong about that, but I kind of feel like he wasn't trying to hit those balls. Yeah, well, Fernando's looks like he's breaking out the jump cue on one of the rare occasions of the day. Let me change the camera angle here. Oh boy. Very nice shot. Jumping with the Predator air rush. I think that's great shot right there. Kind of a heartbreaker for Rob there. Perfect position, perfect angle, correct side of the 8. More good shooting. This is getting dire here or for Rob to pull this off. He would have to hold him to 11 games to 3 or better. Doesn't seem likely. Okay, Rob's. I'm not sure Francis is going to play safe. Probably by bumping the 1 ball this way. Kind of a. He might be able to run his cue ball back straight over. Something like that. Well, he left a shot. Can't tell if a stop shot's quite good enough to get him clear of the 3 or if he has to pull this back a couple of inches. But whatever he needs to do, he better do it. Really well done. Rest of this it lays together pretty good until you get to the 7. You're gonna have to do something decent to get from the 6 to the 7. Just mainly just get the correct angle on the 6 would be good. To me, the correct angle on the 6 would look something like right here. Yeah, that's doable from where he is. If he can lay his cue ball kind of right on that little mark I just put on the table, he could get out here. So it'd be a little bit flatter than that. Still might be able to work with it. So instead of running, naturally up table, he may just have to stun, just hit this with some pop and try to drift his. Well, looks like he still believes he can go forward without touching the 7 ball. I would be concerned with what I'm seeing. If he tries to go forward, he's going to rub the 7 and maybe even push it closer to the 8, which would be nasty. I think I would hit this with some stun and just try to get my cue ball floating up here from here. That's about where he wants to be, is at the end of that line I just drew. He is going forward. I'm concerned this is going to rub the 7 and go bad. I hope I'm wrong. I was not. This combination is makeable. He doesn't look like he's playing it. He's going to play safe. Good shot. Why does it feel like he's probably going to make this? No. Oh, second best prize, though. Look at this. That there was very lucky. Yeah. Yeah, very lucky there. That's one of the first ones that was kind of pure luck and not partially by design. That Rob believes Francisco has been running extremely lucky. I don't know. Oh man, how do you go tight there? That's pretty wild. But yeah, Francisco's obviously been playing really well. I don't think all the things, all the good rolls he's got were pure blind luck. I think it's all built into the reason he plays the shots he does and stuff like that. So I see some of that. But that shot right there, hooking Rob, was 100% lucky. Oh my goodness. That'd have been shocking to see him miss a ball in hand. He damn near did. I thought he would probably position for the side, but he's got enough angle where it looks kind of natural. He's going to come up table and play the 9 and 10 in the same pocket, probably. Okay. He's hitting those balls square, but just in my opinion, too hard. I think he would make pocket. I think he would make balls in the side pocket if he would take a little bit off that break. Hit him dead, same break spot, same everything, just a little bit softer. That's not going to get a rail. Oh boy. I think he's going to set up for the two so he can swing around two rails and rub that five, opening up the 5-8, and still coming across for a shot on the three, probably. No, he did not do that. Well, okay. If he could somehow get his cue ball back just a little bit to the right of where the four is now, he could. He has a great safety for the five. I don't see him getting. That'll work. That's pretty good. Very nice. He's calling this five ball here. Wow. Oh, somebody alert the media. You missed a kick shot. Okay, this all lays pretty good. Not ultra easy under these circumstances. This looks a little bit flat to me to get as close to the six as you want to be. I like setting up just a hair to the left over here. Yeah, I love that. This is much better. Don't want to get dead straight on the set on the six ball. And it's pretty straight. I think he's got enough. Just a little bit of angle. I would like a little bit more. You might have to go two rails forward if I'm seeing it right. He didn't have to, but Fell a little weird here. Thinking he may, well, this is a little tough. If he can draw his ball and come back, he might, like, it might have to be that kind of silly shot right there with a lot of draw back and forth. Problem is, if you hit it that hard, the draw won't really take, and he's risking coming down here and contacting the 9 ball. Don't know if that would be the end of the world, but you don't want to run into stuff unexpectedly. So I'm not sure what the right shot is here. Looks like if he if he was to roll this in with top, this cue ball might come across and clip off the 10 ball and end up okay. Oh no, just I'd have to be looking at it from exactly where he's not playing. He's playing safe again. I don't have a problem with this in any way. Use that to travel. It's a good shot. It's not bad. It's kind of just happening because of small position errors, like just not falling with the angles to make this easy on yourself. He got funny on the 6 ball and then got funny on the 7 and had to bail out. This pattern play is a big deal. That's not it's not hard enough, I don't think. Wow, I guess it is hard enough. I think he can still see the edge of it, and he will try to swing the cue ball back to about where it is. Got to be very careful here of that pocket where his hand is. Catches too thin, and it's flirtation. Yeah, pretty good shot. It's a little bit of trouble there. If I'm seeing it right, he's going to have to kind of just hold this ball a little bit and take some distance on the 8 ball because his cue ball is going away from the 8 here just a little bit. Expect his cue ball is probably going to be about right here. About as good as he could have done. So he's kind of long and straight here, and he's probably going to be long and straight on the 9 ball where he will have to draw the 9 ball a little bit. So that's going to be some pace that, okay. One of those could have been a rattle. And look at this. Is he going to get dead straight and on the rail? Rob's. See if I can see the overhead here. He's not straight. Gotta go. Probably go 2 rails forward though. A lot of pace. Good shot. Really nice shot. I like 2 rails forward here for the same pocket. Cue ball here. Got a little weird, got a little bit funny. It's not bad, but under these circumstances, there's going to be a lot of pressure on this shot. You got to probably take a second here, take a sip of water or whatever, and make sure you're over the mild frustration of losing your cue ball there and nearly missing that 9. If you're not totally calm here, you should wait till you are to shoot this. Excellent shot. Nice out. I got to give him. Yes, agreed, Michaelis. He nearly missed that 9, and you're right. The overcut did add the distance. He overran his position. If he would have made that center pocket, he would have been dead perfect on that 10 ball. There it is. Hell yeah. That's going to be well, what do we need here? 11-2. Oh, he's got a Marcus game, so 10-2 from here. It's doable. It could happen. Monkeys might also fly out of my butt, but it could happen. I'm kidding. I'm hoping it does happen. Nice break. Unfortunately, that one ball didn't have enough juice. If that one ball would have laid up, it would have been sweet. That wasn't a called shot. It was a nice touch on the cue ball for that safety, but really you should have known this ball was going to get close. This is probably cuttable on the side. You can swing his cue ball. I'm guessing it's going to look like this. If he makes this, hard to make. Oh, it's just playing safe. This is one of those kind of 50-yard line shots where there's a scratch and play in both corners, depending on which side of the two ball you hit. Like to hit it very full, kind of straight in the face if you can. Gonna lay up easy. Not quite. This lay's pretty good. It's got a pocket over there on the, not a pocket, but a place for his cue ball. If he can load it up with a lot of left and drift his cue ball this way, he might be able to get the two ball down table. I would try to get my cue ball tied up with that 3 and 4 somehow. Oh no. Okay. Well, you got a bad roll and a good one in the same shot. I don't suspect we're going to see Francisco try to take the shot on. He's going to probably going to shoot the 2 down this way while maybe trying to get his cue ball there straight across and bumping those open while at the same time getting behind them somehow. I mean, it's worth a little bit of a risk. He's got a wall of balls down in the middle of the table, but near the rack to cover the 2. So he's not doing that. So he might be trying to break these open now. It's be pretty wild. Real nice shot there, I think. Rob definitely does not have the edge of that ball. Okay, that could be trouble. Might even be able to, if he can dig down just a little bit below center, he'd probably come crashing into the, yeah, it doesn't look like he's trying that. So maybe he can't hit the 7. He's going to swing around 3 rails for shape. Probably doesn't need to hit the 7. Looks like it could be made from about where the cue ball is now. Oh, even worse. Yeah, that's clear. Looks like he maybe think about drawing over here to hold for shape on the 8 and the side. I think from here I might like going just 2 rails out this way for the same pocket. He's drawing it for sure. I might have to run up to the end rail and back down. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh boy. Yeah, Rob's vocalizing some frustration again about how he was, Rob wanted him to scratch there, understandably, but okay. I don't think I would choose to say things while the guy still has a 10 ball to shoot. But you got it done.
What's up, Rail Birds? 11 Ball Rob here. Just wanted to say thanks so much for your support and helping us build and grow the community here. And also wanted to ask you guys to show some love to the commentary team. We're going to throw up our Venmo code here for the commentary. open your Venmo app. It's at commentary, or if you just scan the QR code. Also, there's a link in the description. Anything helps. If you can throw these guys a couple bucks, it's really appreciated. They do an amazing job and help keep these streams more interesting. Thanks so much for your support. Love you guys.
If you're inclined to throw a couple bucks for the commentary and miss that QR code, there is a link to that Venmo in the description of this video. I think apparently that commercial did a little bit of good. Somebody named James, see if I can find that. James Tackert sent something on Venmo, from what I understand. I don't get notified for that, but I just got a message from Rob saying that. So I want to take a second and thank you very much. That's extremely generous. I appreciate it greatly. So I don't know. I told myself I wasn't going to cry, but here we go. I'm just kidding. But thank you so much. Also, throw out probably my second to last reminder that if you've just joined us, we do have a t-shirt giveaway happening for the largest super supporter of the day. That's meaning that somebody that uses the super chat feature to support the channel. So far, the highest super chat is $15. That's going to be Wayne Swanson, followed closely by 2 cents by Mike Moore with a total of $14.98, and Mary Lynn Harrison is a $10. So thanks to all of you for that, for helping support the channel and buying me a soda pop next time I get to the store, but or now a lunch, thanks to James. So greatly appreciated. I can't thank you enough. Also, get in there for that t-shirt if you want to. That t-shirt costs the channel more than double what the highest bidder, and not the highest bidder, but the strongest super supporter is so far. So you're getting a great deal. So like I'm saying, 15 is the number to beat at the moment. It's a really nice, soft, 100% organic cotton t-shirt, similar to the one Rob's wearing right now. If you've seen the logo on the back of his shirt, hopefully we'll see him rack a few more times so we can get a close-up of it. But super nice looking shirt. The winner of today's Super Chat supporter t-shirt giveaway will be able to contact Rob with their shirt size and address through his Linktree link also in the description of this video. And that's gonna, okay. I don't even think this goes in the side. It may, but I don't think I would play it in the side. Rob may choose a safety here. I might choose to shoot this down the rail. Not sure. Maybe he's playing the side. Maybe it does go on the side. No, looks like he's lining up for the corner to me. He's going to overcut that just a touch. Yeah, left it a little bit tricky. Also want to take a minute to mention the sponsors of this stream. That's Gutter Boys, as you see in these sponsor logos at the top left of your screen. Gutter Boys does rain gutter, new installations and repairs, fascia board repair, that sort of thing. Look at that. threaded the needle, came out with a shot. Also, Tarma Homes, real estate agent. If you're going to be moving to or from Utah, consider contacting Tarma Homes to be your agent. The last chunk of the commercial for the moment is please consider giving us a subscribe and a like. We really appreciate the likes on this channel. It's kind of the YouTube equivalent to a share. Helps get the video out here to more people's YouTube feeds and helps the channel a lot. We recently crossed over the 500 subscriber mark. We're at 569 currently from what I see. And 1,000 subscribers will also open up some new opportunities for us, being that the super chat was available after the 500 mark, and that's been a tremendous help to the channel. Highly encourage everybody to join in the fun and support the channel with that feature. We're here a lot. We post videos multiple times per week, mostly with Rob in action, betting anywhere from, I've seen it as low as $100 a set to $10,000 a set per player. So it's really putting it on the line for us for our viewing enjoyment. And then coming with fantastic shots like that. Did leave himself some angle on the 9. That was a beauty of a shot. He's showing you where he really wanted to be, but he's going to have to. This is okay. This is a center ball shot. If you can get this in the pocket. Well, let's see the tangent line. Like, yeah, may want to draw this a touch. The idea being you draw and kind of clip the 10 ball that direction. Oh no. The 10 ball ended up a little bit thin and tough if he had made that, but that was a little bit of a tricky shot. Especially when you're trying to control your cue ball and kind of push the 10 where you want it to go. You still would have been happy to take a swing at that 10 ball. Trust me, that's very makeable. Let's see here. This is a bit of a cut here. Probably going to have to swing around like 4 rails and back probably for a shot on the 10. 3, 4. And finally sold a reasonably good shot to Rob here. I think Rob will just kind of draw his cue ball back out and over, hopefully not try to do too much more. You don't need a bunch. You just got to, come out to the middle of the table where the 9 ball is would be totally fine. I wouldn't rip into this and try to get back past the side pockets or anything wild like that. Totally fine right there. I don't know if any of you were watching yesterday. For those who weren't, there was an exciting match. Rob came with a really, really great. Oh, jeez, that made me pucker up just a second. Rob came with a really, really great 9 ball shot, and then missed a really, really straightforward 10 ball shot right after. These things can happen, but that one was surprising. Not gonna lie. I'm gonna give him another round of applause. Oh boy. That's a little bit unusual for Rob. Rob's been very consistent with his 10 ball break and pocketing one of the second row balls in the sides. This one, this table's a little bit clustered up. Can't see how much angle he's got here, but he may have to try to draw and kind of come into the 3 ball if he can. Oh, too good. I say the table's clustered up, but everything does have a pocket, so. That's too fat. That's too fat. Okay, Rob. Big opportunity. Going to have to display some pretty good cue ball control here to stay in line. Mainly just getting pretty straight in on the 4 ball would go a long way here. If you can get really full on this 4 ball, things will be looking good. Like to go forward and drop in right about here. 1 rail straight back over. Try to land right in this neighborhood right here. Then the rest of the rack really kind of opens up for you. Pretty good. Gonna want to roll forward again. If he rubs the 8 ball, that'd be okay. I don't know if he's got that much angle, but yeah, he has some angle. It'd be okay if he rolls forward and rubs the 8 and kind of lands about right here. He's going to need to draw. Wouldn't mind just kind of grazing the 9 if his cue ball ends up about right here. That would be pretty good. Just got to make sure not to go into the 9 weird and end up behind the 7 somehow. You got to draw your ball out. Okay. This just did get. It would have been nice to have more angle to kind of be able to run your cue ball this way. Now he's going to have to just kind of draw back a bit and, probably end up over here someplace. Oh, he still was able to go forward. That's much, much better. Very helpful. Kind of fell with a lot of angle on the 7 here. See what he can do with it. May be able to float down for kind of, if he can drift down here and get straight for the 8 in the side or something like that. Don't know if he can do that or not. But if he has to try to stun through this gap and come back and find a pocket, it starts getting a little funny. So it'd be nice if you could just kind of roll this a little bit soft and drift your cue ball right about down to here, maybe. Okay. Hit that really nicely. I think he applied a little bit of right or inside English to that to help check it up off this rail and not end up kind of coming off here for a weird angle or flirting with the scratch or anything. So still pretty good. It's got a good angle here. He's going to have to get through this ball a little bit and hit it with some pace, kind of like an above center stun to come off this rail and spin back. Yeah, that's really good. He got himself really good here. I think this is totally fine. Just go forward and come back out for the 10 in the same pocket. What a great out. Nuts. What's nuts? T Shug? Is that how you say that name? T Shug 27. Welcome to the channel. I don't remember seeing your name in the chat ever. So thanks for stopping by and talking to me. It's always fun to have new viewers participate. Where are you watching from if you're hearing, if you're listening? Better break right there. Okay, I think you got to take the back cut here to see how much of the pocket. So kind of torn between playing the 1-3 combination or trying to shoot the one past the 3. There's also some safety potential here, but I kind of like the way this lays. If you can shoot this, your cue ball kind of seems to me like it wants to go down, maybe get around there. I don't know. That 3 ball is kind of messing up the program just a touch. It's playing safe. Or not. That's not good. I'm not sure. I think he was probably trying to play the combination. I don't remember. I don't know if I saw him call anything. Nearly sure Francisco just called the 1 ball. I think I heard. That's what I heard. Francisco right back in good line here to get himself on the hill if he's able to clear up. Everything easy, and the only thing I'm seeing is if he can draw his ball this way and maybe play position for this side, the right-hand side. You may see something different, but he hit it perfect. I mean, just absolutely perfect. They have the angle where he can draw his cue ball back up this way too. Could just be one rail also. Looks to be what he's doing. Not leave anything easy here. Rob may choose to take this on. Looks like the path of the cue ball could come over here like this. Probably not doing that though. He might be playing safe. Well, yeah. They're out. Beautiful shot right there. If Francisco is somehow able to get his cue ball to the other side of the side pocket, he does have a chance of a. So he cannot. Oh, what's he doing here? Just tying things up. That's interesting. It's an interesting strategy. I mean, it did make the 8, 9, and 10 a much more difficult proposition here. I don't know if I would assume that that's going to be a deal breaker for Rob, but we'll see. It's going to make it trickier. Oof. Probably want to just stun off and get his key ball right back to near where it is right here. I think. Even better. Now he's going to have to decide how much spin he wants to apply to this because he has the opportunity to come down, kind of keep this a little bit flatter and get to this side of the 9 ball, or he can spin it and come in a little bit deeper with that spin and get to the other side of the 9 ball. That's a choice he's going to have to make. Probably just depend on the angle he's seeing from where he's standing, but doing all that probably is going to make this 9 a little bit missable. Maybe it's got to be concerned about maybe coming off the point and screwing up his pathway. Another big concern is landing. If he lands dead straight on the 9 ball, that could also cause him a lot of trouble. Wants a little bit of bounce here. Oh, that's almost too much bounce. If he can reach this comfortably, being a right-hander, still got to shoot it. I don't know if I consider that comfortable, but he's going to shoot it. It's a little bit of an awkward body position for accuracy here. No, clipped it too fat.
What the? Oh my god!
These two striped balls here to get Francisco on the hill. Okay, that top spin got him a little bit. I don't know if you saw the little hesitation there. That was the forward spin on the cue ball, kind of putting the brakes on it and keeping it from coming down quite as far as he wanted to. This shot's missable, even for a very strong player. Okay, that felt really nice for Rob. I mean, you probably wouldn't play this past the side pocket all the way down here if you had ball in hand, but you got to be absolutely overjoyed to be shooting this right now after hanging that 9 ball up. That's That's huge. Perfect. Great shot. So has Rob got a couple in a row here? I mean, he was at 11 not too long ago, so he's won a couple in the last few games, which is helpful. Still needs to win at a 7-1 clip or better to come out of this with his bankroll intact. But it is slightly more likely now than monkeys flying out of my butt. If you keep breaking like that too, well, that 5 got made 3 balls on the break. It's got a pretty nice sitter on the 1 ball. Honestly, I think if I'm playing this, I would want to play a position for just about right, just a hair to the right of where the cue ball is right now. For that'd be the right angle to get across for the 5. Okay, he didn't get there, but that's still okay. Now he needs to draw up about this high. He needs to, like, and really not much more and not much less. Easy to come up short here. Don't want to do that. That's disaster. And he got dead perfect. What a shot. Absolutely perfect. With the angle I'm seeing, he should be able to just kind of go forward to the rail and come back and leave himself essentially straight into this other side pocket, or he can choose to spin back out and around for that, or any number of options, I guess. I mean, aside from missing this or whatever, the big error here is going too far. You can handle a little bit short, but you don't want to end up like running all your cue ball all the way down to this point here. You'd rather be exactly perfect like he is now. It's actually slightly less than perfect. Should be very manageable, but okay. I love that shot. Thought he was so straight that he would have to either stop or try to roll forward for, and that's, I think, the first concession of, well, maybe it's not. I think Francisco's hung a 10 in the jaws that he gave away one time. But really, that's a break and run for Rob. Love to see it here at this point in the match. That's really nice. We have had a influx of likes here in the last oh no, brutal last hour and a half, which is encouraging. just crossed over the 570 subscriber mark too, just right at it after being stuck at 69 for quite a while. Thank you, whoever was the 570th. More are always welcome. More likes are always welcome. Beach life 4704. I'll tell you, what beach are you talking about? Are you curious? This is being played in Salt Lake City. Salt Lake City, New York. I'm just kidding. It's Utah. That's right. Michaelis might get your hill. Beach life, since you just started watching, I will inform you that there is a t-shirt giveaway to the oh well, howdy neighbor. Do I know you? Do you know me? If you're in the pool and you're in Orange County, very good chance you might know who I am. But I am in Huntington Beach currently. That's where I live. But as I was saying, there is a t-shirt being given away, an 11 ball TV t-shirt to the biggest super supporter, super chat offer of the day. And so far, someone's absolutely stealing that t-shirt at $15. You gonna let that happen? Like my butt just took a bite out of my office chair just now. My bad. You would think I was betting on this. That did not travel. I think he must have put a little bit of right English on that. Seemed to really die off that rail. Okay, this just got, yeah. This could have been easier. Beautiful shot right there. Beauty. Wayne Swanson, I wouldn't mind having a beer myself. What's your choice? If it's on draft, I kind of like Fat Tire. I like Modelo. Take an 805. This is getting pretty cool, man. Let's go, Rob. Let's go, Rob. Wayne Swanson, you can afford a beer because you're getting awfully close to stealing a T-shirt. Coors Original. My dad used to drink that back in the old days. I don't know how old you are, but that was back when they had those weird, like, triangular shaped pop top cans where you had to pull the tab all the way out with the ring. Corona's not too bad. Take a little lime in it and some salt, maybe. I like Corona all right. I'm a big party animal. I drink probably about a 12 pack of beer per year. Uh-oh. Okay, well, it's not going to make it. Called the push. Let's see what he does here. $50. I got you beat. I'm 5 years older than you are, roughly. Okay. If I'm Rob, I'd seriously consider giving this back. Class of 1993, Wayne? Something like that? There's just not enough places to hide over there for your cue ball. I'd take my chances here and let him shoot this probably. He called the one ball in the upper right here, so this is very dangerous. Kind of playing like rail first, just trying to cut this in. He's got to risk scratching down here by the magic rack. Oof. Yeah. Well, he still left a shot here. I didn't love that. 90 class of 94, right on. 94 is when I started dating my wife. I put up a good fight. We ended up getting married in 2007. She might be listening. Hi, babe. Oh, this is starting to get interesting, isn't it? I mean, this is starting to get interesting. Okay, the 4 to the 5 to the 6 is pretty challenging here, particularly the 5 to the 6. Unless, of course, you can shoot the 4 and move the 6 on the same shot, then that would make things pretty juicy. Got a ways to go before he needs to worry about any of that. I think I would just go forward here and try to fall down out here for the 3 down in this pocket. Things are going Rob's way a bit. I mean, he's making it happen. He's broken ran. He's getting out here, so starting to grow some confidence. He got a little funny here. It's going to be hard for him to obtain an angle where he could shoot the 4 and break out the 6 on the same shot, but it's okay. Doesn't have to do that. I would say if he ends up shooting the 5 from about where the 3 ball is, or maybe even a little further out here, he could play that safety, clearing the 5 out and sticking his cue ball. But you got to worry about the 5 coming around and stop hitting the 10 and getting stopped. That's still a ways away. I'm just kind of thinking ahead, just imagining. That's not going anywhere. Except for getting safe. Look at this. Who's getting all the rolls now, buddy? I'm just kidding. That was directed at Rob. He's been kind of verbally mentioning that Francisco's been getting lucky, and he has ran pretty good, but he's been playing really strong. Okay, well, there's a gap here. Pretty tight. Looks like he's considering the kick and stick, which I don't like in this instance right here because you're not going to clear it up table. If you can see the edge of this, you might have to try it. The kick and stick is almost guaranteed to run into the 4 or the 6 or something like that. Well, he played it pretty well. And with that speed, he was playing it got exactly with what he got. So that was a very good shot. Calling the 9 right here. He just called the 9 out loud. So he's just going one rail at this. Probably going to have some stink on it. Bang. Okay, now what? Don't know what the move is right here. I might consider, if I could, without scratching, cross breaking the 3 back and straight across and trying to drift my cue ball down in this neighborhood, or if you can get through it, get lucky to hit the long rail. I don't know if you can do any of that, but it kind of looks like you could bank the 3 across here, and maybe with a heavy hit and a little bit of right English or something like that. Try to tie it up with a 6 ball so that when he makes a good hit, maybe he frees some things up. Again, I'd have to be looking at it from where he is, but okay. That's not going to work out. Or is it? It did work out. Whew. Very nice shot. Look at that touch. I thought he was going to kind of bump the 9 full in the face there, but he did a really good job. He's calling the 7. Kick 3 ball combo. Interesting. Man, did he get that lucky? That is pretty fortunate right there. Wow. Okay. Now I'm starting to see a little bit of it. Rob had texted me earlier something referring to a horseshoe made of gold, way to extract it from a crevice of some sort. Also accusing Francisco of possibly having some sort of relationship with a leprechaun. All in good fun, of course. Is he banking this? No, he's not. Called the 7. Very nice shot. Here's what I would not do if I'm Rob is go one rail at this ball with pace, because I do not want to inadvertently free these balls up from each other right now. Not while I'm kicking. I might even choose to kick this way just to make sure that I don't do that, and not very hard as well. Not sure about that part, but I would be very careful about blasting the 5 and the 6 away from each other. Oh, that was disastrous. Very, very disastrous. He came awfully close to making a good hit there. It's hard to imagine you could thread that gap and still hit the 6 ball without touching the 3 first, but I was concerned about that. Mm, good shot right there. Okay. Well, I mean, this is a little bit touchy. Okay. Looks like he's loading up with a bunch of left going forward, trying to come this direction. Don't worry about getting behind the 10 ball. Oh, hit it pretty good. A little thin, but yeah, Michaelis, I was thinking he might draw and try to go into the 10. I don't dislike the shot he played there, but it was a little touchy. He hit it pretty good. Not totally out of the woods, but I think he's got a good angle to just hit and make this with some almost straight top ball and come back like this. Don't want to use a bunch of right or anything here. Oh dear. Okay. Again, the way he's hanging these balls, it just, yeah. Yes, it's easy to make a ball that's sitting in the pocket. The problem is position. There's another one. And I don't know if Rob has, he apparently doesn't have any of the short rail going rail first, which would make this, that would be my preference, probably hitting that in hopes that my cue ball kind of deflected and started coming up table this direction. I don't think he has that. So he's digging down somehow. Oh man, this is sketchy. How about this stroke? How about I got to get to the overhead. First of all, what a great effing shot that was. I'm gonna clean up and don't tell me he ended up dead. Okay, well, if he can pocket this ball and go forward and get beyond the side pocket, that's a good start. It's gonna overrun that. That's okay. You still got the dice. That's going to be a little bit frustrating, but I don't say think. What I like here is a safety. I like banking this ball. I like to get it just a little past the 10 ball and send that 9 back here and just maybe even draw my ball like this. That's might be what I'm playing for. I don't think I try to rifle this bank shot cross side or anything. Yep, but he's still in control. The danger here is you don't want to go in your effort to avoid the 10 ball. You don't want to send it way up long. So yeah, he's looking at exactly what I was just mapping out here. Sometimes I worry that he's got earbuds in or something that I can't see. No, you could bank this ball cross side, but you want to shoot the 10 ball from where the key ball stops, or I don't know. You don't want to roll forward. Like he's looking at exactly the shot I laid out. Yeah, it went long. It opened up a lot. I mean, he played a shot that I'm in full agreement with, but the table just kind of spread open on him. He actually hit it pretty good, I think. And, it's not like this is a hanger. I mean, do you want to stop this and shoot the 10? Maybe. You want to try to draw this when you're shooting a 4 1/4 inch pocket? He's going forward. This is even sketchier. If he tries to cheat the pocket, this thing will stuff. Okay. That was a very nice shot. He's going to have to make one more. He may be feeling some heat. I mean, Rob's Michaelis once again. I might have to try you. I have no idea what your rating is, but if you keep talking about banking the 4 rails every time, I have to let you. Okay, so I mean, it's gonna take a nice pure stroke right here. This is, he's definitely got it in him. He's made plenty of these tonight. He's a straight shooter, but okay, he's now on the hill. That was a good out right there. You're the best poker player in your house. Yeah, I'm not. Okay. Well, I was getting excited there. It's still anyone's game. No, I don't know. Obviously, Francisco is still a significant favorite, but Rob has won a few games here to put himself in the hunt. 5 in a row. That would be pretty sweet. That would be sweet revenge for what happened between these two last time. How about that shot? Monster shot. Fernando's come with some monster shots here. Under what should be some pressure. So, how you say in Spanish, cojones de acero? For the Fernando friends and family in the house. Have to look that up. Translates to balls of steel. Okay, he found himself in a bit of a bad spot. What I think he's going to do is just have to roll forward, try to play the 6 ball from about here. Maybe he goes rail first and tries to do something a little bit better. Whoopsies. Here we go. Very nice. I guess he's probably going forward 3 rails. I don't know. It's also a good case for just drawing back out to here. He is going forward 3 rails. This looks like it could run long and get funny. It's like this. This is what I was worried about right here. This is cuttable on the side. I'm going to say no. I mean, I don't like it. Technically, yes. Can you make it and expect to hold position? Probably not. Folks, just so you're aware, we have a t-shirt giveaway for the biggest super chat supporter of the session here. So far, it's just a mere $15. If you can beat $15, you will get yourself a t-shirt that's going to cost the 11 ball TV more than double that to get to you. So you're getting a steal. So get yourself in there. It's not a draw. You should call it a drawing. It's a t-shirt for the biggest super supporter of the match using the super chat / super sticker feature. Cannot let someone steal that for $15. It's just un-American and not right. Yeah, sketchy spot. Let me go back to the overhead here, see what we can come up with here. What's the right shot? I think it might be to try to go through, if you can. It's risky because the cue ball could get away from you and go down towards his pocket. But if you can kind of make a real full hit, banking the 7 this way, and running your cue ball kind of through the 7 this way, while hoping to kind of park the 7 on that other side rail. Don't know if that's doable for it. It kind of looks like it probably is. Oh boy. Check out Michaelis. Hill, baby. That's his motto. Coming through with the $20 super chat and the t-shirt. If I'm not mistaken, you are the proud owner of one of those t-shirts already. But you know what they say, 1 is none and 2 is 1. Great job, brother. Still stealing the t-shirt. So I'm hoping somebody follows that example and decides to snatch that right out from under you. But thank you so much, man. Appreciate it. Hill, baby. You're a lot of fun to have around. I can tell you that. I enjoy it when you're here. Super active in the chat. That's a lot of fun for me. Yes, Wayne Swanson. Yeah, I didn't read your comment right there. Oh, he hasn't said it. Yeah, he did play that shot. It's played a little bit easy, but still, yeah, this is a testy shot. The fear there was obviously Hill and 4 rails, baby. All right. Well, you're the front runner. The shot here, I don't know. Not gonna bet against the guy who shoots this straight to get this down, but the situation, got to be causing some little bit of adrenaline. Maybe he's these 3 balls away from closing out. This is a pretty testy opening shot to get to come to the table with to start this 3-ball run. You like the right corner from here? You don't worry about a scratch. I mean, my God, that was a massive, massive shot. Heart for days. cojones grandes. I don't know what you want to call it, but that was a shot. This dude's a stud muffin. I don't know that word in Spanish, but he's a stud. Okay, one more shot. Not a terribly difficult one, but there's probably some adrenaline. Okay. Get in. No, just kidding. Really entertaining match. It was looking bleak there. Rob really mounted a charge, showed all the heart in the world towards the end of that. Thank you everybody for tuning in. Thank you everybody for your subs and your likes. We crossed over the 570 subscriber mark. Let me refresh and make sure I got the final tally here. 571. Michaelis 566 coming through at the last minute to steal the t-shirt right out from under Wayne Swanson. Thank you, Michaelis, for your activity in the chat. Thank you, Wayne Swanson. Thank you to really everybody who chatted. Let me go through a couple more names. Nah, it's just you guys for the most part. T Shug 27, Green Acres, Jorge Bermudez, Joel Olivares, Olivares, Solka 6032. I know who you watched you play. Terrible at pronouncing your name. Sorry about that. Thank you for all the supporters. Thank you to James something for the Venmo tip. Greatly appreciated. Thanks to especially for Rob for putting it on the line, putting his money on the line for this content and giving me the opportunity to call the match and hang out with all you folks. What else? Thank you to Jackie Tucker for always being there, always being the first in the chat to get the likes and the shares started. You're the best. Thank you to Mary Lynn Harrison for your generosity. I think the stream's about to be cut off here pretty quick, but yeah, it's been a lot of fun for me to call this match for the past, well, I don't even know how long. Let me see here. 8 hours or so? 8.5 hours? Yeah, just about 8.5 hours. So it's been a bit of a marathon. A lot of fun, though. Thanks, everybody. I'll catch you next time.
For me, it's easy table. Yeah, I know. For you, it's difficult table. I know. Yeah, it's crazy. Insane. I was playing pretty good. I had two breaking runs. No, 5, 6, 7 games.